equal parts. Oh my gosh.
That's hot.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
that you know your judo well.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks. As always, we got a hell of a lot to cover today, so I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up, space fans. About to take a little journey through the void. Well, false alarm. Noam Chomsky, not dead, according to his wife. So, I've changed the title of the stream. And it may affect a few plans I had here, but with all of that said, still got a lot to look at. Good to see you all so far. Afroponics, Styx Dragon, Villanova, Selena, Aaron W, Cud for Gabby, Robot Cat, PB, Looney Tunes. This is Jen, Jules T, FG, I see you too. Okay. Well, I did have a bunch of Chomsky videos in here for you people today, but, I don't think we're going to be doing all of those. If I find a video talking about the life of Willie Mays, for tomorrow, talk about it, yeah. I mean, we could talk about it today. Willie Mays was a fantastic baseball player who started off in the, what are they called? The Negro American Leagues, whatever they were called back in the day. And he was one of the first African American baseball players to cross the, I guess you would call it the color line from back then. It was a long ass time ago. I think, what was it? What year was it that they actually did that? It's the same year Jackie Robinson did it, I think. I can't think of the year, but it was a long time ago. I think it was nearly like 80 years ago or something. Maybe not that much. But yeah. He's one of the best baseball players of all time. I think he may have, in fact, had the most records after having switched to the MLB. I don't know. Is that correct? You know what? Maybe we should wait for a video. I'm not a encyclopedic baseball guy. I just know a thing or two. All right. Well, we're gonna skip this Chomsky video. I'm glad he's alive, but it does give me more time to do other shit. So let's do this. We're gonna quickly talk about gun violence in America, as seemingly everybody still has guns and is continuing to shoot each other more than any other country in the world. At least if you count civilian on civilians specifically. This is from a day ago. So CBS News attempting to wrap up or nutshell the incredibly violent weekend that was had across the U.S.
Well, a series of shootings across the United States left multiple people dead or injured over the weekend.
Slow down. You are at 2x right now, and I need you to be at 1x.
Police in Texas are asking for the public's help in tracking down a suspect who opened fire at a Juneteenth celebration in Round Rock. That's about 20 miles north of Austin. 2 people were killed and 14 others were hurt. In Methuen, Massachusetts, police say 7 people were shot early Sunday morning at a pop-up party that was organized on social media. The victims range in age from 17 to 22 years old. 2 of them are in critical condition. Authorities have not identified the suspects. And in Michigan, a community is reeling after a man opened fire at a Rochester Hills splash pad on Saturday. 9 people were injured, including 2 children. The youngest victim was just 4 years old. Charlie DeMar is in Rochester Hills, Michigan. Charlie, you know, as the mom of a toddler, this is like summer activity. This is entertainment for the kids. You go, you have a nice time, you hang out in the heat. This is horrible. What happened?
Yeah, you should be able to just enjoy a splash pad. People, families, kids were out here enjoying the day when that all ended. Sheriff's deputies were able to respond here to the scene within just about 2 minutes, and that's thanks in part to technology that allows law enforcement to hear 911 calls.
Yeah, so I mean, technically they did manage to get this shooter, but all the other shootings they just talked about, they did not track down the suspects, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it was not a great weekend for America. That's what happens when you have more guns than people in your country. Let's go to this. This one just, wow. Just wow. Let's go, yeah, to ABC. Actually, yeah, no, let's go. I forgot about that. Let's go to this one. ABC 7 New York, where 3 people were shot, 2 fatally, in Upper Manhattan. Forgot. The next one's, well, I guess they're all wow, really.
Well, the search continues right now for the gunman who fatally shot 2 people and wounded a third in Manhattan before running from the scene. And police are now releasing video suggesting the shooting was not random. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim spoke with the surviving victim and is live in Inwood with more. Stefan.
Well, David, the victims didn't see the gunman coming. They were standing over there on that corner. The gunman emerged from behind a parked vehicle across the street. The innocent bystander was halfway down the block. He says he was at a Father's Day celebration, but the music was too loud, so he stepped outside to take a phone call, but he stepped right into the line of fire. In this video, you can see the suspect come out from behind a parked white SUV on the corner, spot his targets, fire away, then take off running. Watch it again from a different angle. The suspect shoots 2 men standing on the corner. We are freezing this video before they are shot. The image is too graphic for TV. One of those men was shot in his face and immediately collapsed. The man next to him was shot in his chest. They were both pronounced dead at the hospital. Detectives believe the 2 men were targeted. It happened around 11:40 last night at West 207th Street and 10th Avenue in Inwood. The 37-year-old innocent bystander was grazed in his knee. He says he didn't even know 2 others were shot. He didn't even know he was shot until he felt a burning in his leg.
I'm scared, you know, it's the first time.
Yeah, of course that's scary. You were shot, sir. Ugh. I hate that this is our society. You know, the fact is I feel like when shootings happen in most other sort of Western countries, they're not just national news, they're like international news, right? But in America, they happen so goddamn much that it's just a blip. Just a fucking blip. Okay, let's go to this one in Phoenix, where a individual who is apparently an MMA fighter has claimed self-defense in shooting someone.
MMA fighter Shannon Rich is accused of pulling the trigger in a deadly shooting at a popular bar.
And witnesses say it started with an argument over a parking space. Kenzie Beach is live near 31st Avenue in the Loop 101 with the very latest. Kenzie?
Yeah, guys, it was right here in this parking lot last night where this all happened, and it looked a lot different last night than it does right now. It was flooded with police lights and crime scene tape, and it was right here where Glendale MMA fighter Shannon Rich, also known as...
I just find it real interesting that this guy who apparently thinks he's very tough, spends a lot of time attempting to be tough and be doing all this MMA shit, is walking around with a gun. it says a lot about sort of the psychology of the individual, I feel, right? Constantly feeling like you're under attack somehow. I'll bet he's got some super sweet ideologies too.
Shannon the Cannon shot and killed a man claiming self-defense. It all started with a fight over a parking spot. 32-year-old Alejandro Samplina pulled a knife on Rich, chasing and threatening him. The MMA fighter grabbed a gun from his car door, but Samplina walked toward him, and that's when Rich fired a single shot, striking Samplina.
So he was at his car. He was at his car. He could have just gotten back in the fucking car. Instead, he decided to shoot somebody, right? Dude knows self-defense, trains all the time, right? He went into his car for a gun. Explain to me how that's self-defense. You can go into the car. If you can get a gun, if you can grab the gun from the car, then you can also get in the fucking car. Okay? You can't stab through a car. Just going to point that out to anybody who's thinking, oh, but maybe he could stab him through the car. No, that's not how cars work. Or physical objects. Perhaps you're struggling with object permanence. But yeah, defense from a knife is just get in the car and drive away. Be the bigger man instead of being the murderous psychopath. Now let's look to this, which I just I'm just wondering to myself, what is the thinking behind this? And my guess is 2 words: qualified immunity. This is from a day ago out of King 5 Seattle, where defense for an Auburn police officer charged with murder has rested without calling for witnesses or evidence.
An unusual development in the murder trial of Auburn police officer Jeff Nelson. This morning, his defense team rested their case without presenting any evidence or calling any witnesses.
We emailed the court and the state yesterday that the defense intends to rest.
This was supposed to be the first day of the defense's presentation, with Officer Nelson eventually expected to take the stand in his own defense, but it appears that will not be happening. The judge released the jury for the day while they work out a timeline for closing arguments and deliberations.
Honestly, though, this is just fucking hubris, right? You're already, like, I was just thinking about it. Like, he's already under prosecution, which essentially, I think, means that qualified immunity no longer actually stands here, unless I'm somehow misreading it, or they're expecting to appeal, or some. I just don't understand why it is they would do something like this, aside from just pure hubris and thinking I'm above the law, and if you're too dumb to see that, then I guess I should go to jail for murder. I just don't understand it. But hey, we've seen equally idiotic things out of police officers, so. And I mean, it's not like he's his own lawyer. I believe he has a lawyer. It's just interesting. Alright, now let's talk about a couple of things related to Pride Month. One good, the other also kind of good. In the end, you'll see. Anyway, let's start with this one from Colorado. This is from 8 hours ago, where apparently the Club Q shooter has pled guilty to federal hate crimes, which will amount to him essentially staying in jail till he dies, as the amount of years, I think, implied by the number of hate crimes, as well as others, total up to like 1,000 years, or some insane number, which is very deserved.
Nearly 2 years ago, a gunman opened fire in an LGBTQ+ nightclub in Colorado Springs. It happened at Club Q. Anderson Lee Aldridge took the lives of 5 people and also left a painful wound in that community. The shooter was sentenced to life in prison and was also transferred from a Colorado prison to the Wyoming State Penitentiary late last year. Good afternoon. I'm Ashley Portillo. Now, the convicted killer did plead guilty in state court to 5 counts of murder and 46 counts of attempted murder. They also pleaded no contest to 2 counts of bias-motivated crimes in that mass shooting. Today, the shooter is back in court for federal sentencing this time. Here are their faces of the victims: Daniel Aston, Kelly Loving, Ashley Paul, Derek Rump, and Raymond Green Vance. Of course, we continue to remember and honor them. Now, your reporter, Justin Adams, is outside of the federal courthouse in Denver. And Justin, hopefully this brings some sort of closure to the community.
Yes, today, Anderson Lee Aldridge pleaded guilty to 74 federal hate crimes and weapon charges earlier this morning. Anderson Lee Aldridge pleaded guilty under the deal with prosecutors that allows the shooters to avoid the death penalty and instead be sentenced to more multiple life sentences for the hate crimes. If the judge accepts the plea deal with prosecutors, the sentence would be 55 life sentences, followed by 190 years on gun charges and other accounts. In addition to the federal charges, Aldridge is already serving 5 consecutive life terms and an additional 2,208 years.
2,000? Oh, that's more than I thought. I thought it was like 900. Okay. I think that should at least deal with him in particular. Oh, God. By the way, I almost forgot. I rolled the dice for you all. And that means you're about to get a support character. I rolled a 9. Ooh, Che Guevara. We haven't had Che yet. Okay. Now we have one more. Like I said, this one's kind of... I guess they're both kind of mixed bags, right? Like, they start with something bad. And then at least ended, well, I don't know if I was going to say good, but that's not really. At least there was a satisfactory legal resolution here. Now, the fact is the death penalty is still technically on the table. This 2,000-year sentence is a part of a deal that has been struck between him and the district attorney. So the judge could potentially strike it down and say that he gets the death penalty. That is technically on the table in Colorado, if I'm not mistaken, which I don't think I am. Yeah. Okay, now let's go on here to California quickly. This all starts off in a bad way, where a vandal was caught slashing and ripping down pride flags in Anaheim, which is, I think, a suburb of LA, technically.
Camera, a blatant act of hate against the LGBTQ plus community in Anaheim. Take a look at this home surveillance video. It shows a man slashing and tearing down a pride flag.
NBC4's Carmen Dickerson spoke to one of the homeowners and joins us live with how neighbors are now showing support. Karma.
So the interesting thing is, if you actually come out to this Anaheim neighborhood, you would never guess as you drive along the street that anything like this had happened, because right now there are actually more pride flags flying in solidarity than there were before this incident.
When Jake Nolan and his partner John Barrett found their pride flag torn down and ripped Saturday morning, they weren't sure what to make of it. Then they checked their cameras. It was about 2 in the morning, and 2 people passing by walked up to this Anaheim home Saturday and within seconds pulled down and apparently slashed the flag, yelled something unintelligible, and walked away.
It was shocking. Did he really just do that?
Shocking. A hateful asshole who ripped down a pride flag said something unintelligible? Oopsies.
Jake says he and John have lived in the home for 6 years, but this was their first time flying any type of flag.
On Memorial Day, we saw everyone with their American flags out. And we're like, oh, let's get a flagpole. Oh, we can also put one up for Pride this year.
They shared the news of what happened, and
wait, you have 20 likes already? Oh my God, you have almost 30 likes. Jesus Christ, how did this happen? You have 17 people in chat. What's that? 6? No, 16. 16. Who is 16? Okay, Rod Serling from the Twilight Zone's gonna pop in over Che Guevara's shoulder. They're looking like a real black and white odd couple right now. Okay, let's get back to this.
Let's get a flagpole. Oh, we can also put one up for Pride this year.
They shared the news of what happened, and their neighbors didn't disappoint.
I said, I'm buying 10 flags. I have them in the front. I'm putting them in a basket. Anyone that's interested or that wants one, it's here. Just come grab it.
Elia Renteria and her husband placed a basket of flags outside their home and made a video of what happened next.
So these two lovely people, I'm assuming it's the wife who thought of it first. But, you know, two straight people decided to be great allies, put out a fucking basket of free flags for the neighborhood, and said fuck you to that guy.
Don't even play.
They only have 3 flags left to give out, and even more are now flying on their street.
And the street looks beautiful, you know, to see all the flags like just coming out.
Jake and John also made an online police report.
DetectivStreamLord.
And detectives came to follow up this morning. By that time, the couple had already replaced the flag in front of their home.
Good for them.
Jake says it's not just about his family showing their pride and resilience.
But it's also for those going by. Like, I want them to see that and have that support.
And they said they're going to continue to send this message of love and acceptance of community. They say if for whatever reason something happens to another flag, they plan to put another one right back up there.
Well, like I said, starts off bad, ended up good. Okay, now, what next? I feel I'm a little thrown off right now. I feel almost like freed by the fact that Noam Chomsky isn't dead. Like, I'm very happy, just generally about this. But also, it means I get to skip a bunch of videos I had planned. You wouldn't believe how many videos we had today. I mean, we still have a shit ton, okay? Right now, according to my list, I have like 87 videos for us to get through. But with Noam's death involved, we had well over 95, I think. I had like a different Noam video for every fucking... We're going to start off with Noam and end with Noam. We had like Noam on capitalism. We had Noam on Ukraine, on Gaza, and Israel, and all the other possible Noam-related topics you could get to try and intersperse with the plans, and now I can just breathe a sigh of relief. On multiple levels. 30 likes, what the fuck is happening? It's rigged. It's a 1. It's just a straight up 1. That's gonna get you a bacula. Standard bacula. Nothing wrong with a bacula. Okay, now where are we? We've gotten through Pride. Now let's talk about some groomers, specifically Christian groomers. Uh-oh.
I don't want reality.
Let's start here with ABC 7 News Bay Area from 4 days ago, where a FBI investigation has started into a religious group over its alleged child sex abuse. And it's not the Catholic Church.
New from the ABC 7 News I-Team, the FBI is investigating a religious sect that's facing allegations involving child sex abuse.
Sick. I mean, I'm just broken. Like, I could just cry right now.
The power and control.
We couldn't believe it.
There is so many more layers to this.
They call themselves 2x2s, or the Church with No Name.
And there's a following here in the Bay Area. ABC 7 News I-Team reporter Stephanie Sierra has spent weeks speaking with former members and joins us live tonight to share their stories. Stephanie.
Yes, Ahmed, we have a lot to get to. Tonight, you'll get an extensive look into an organization former members say has something to hide. A so-called secret believed to have been swept under the rug for decades, haunting one generation after the next, including families right here in the Bay Area.
72 miles south of San Francisco, in a remote, isolated location of San Martin, there's allegations a dark secret is hiding within this ministry.
Walking in the way of God.
It's a non-denominational Christian religious sect that's been around for more than 100 years.
Which God that cannot lie.
Sometimes called the Church with No Name or the 2x2s by outsiders.
How would you?
Now, I looked these guys up. They stopped reporting how many members they have in the late 80s, but at that time, the last time they reported the number of members that they had 4 million members at the time, which by my estimations must mean they probably, because if you look at the numbers, they have been going up steadily for 100 years. You would assume they probably have more than that, right? So we're talking about a group of people who, I mean, then they are seemingly almost exclusively American, it would seem, to some degree, although they have done some amount of, what do you call it? I hate this word. What is it called? Mission work in what sounds like Southeast Asia, but almost exclusively an American phenomenon. But if it's over 4 million, that's like 1.5%, 2% of the United States population right there. And I just felt like this was a good way for us to sort of, not only is this a fucking important story in my opinion, but also like this is a good way to segue between Pride Month and everything else, because it's the people who celebrate Pride Month that are constantly being called groomers in the media by a specific group of people. Most of them happen to be Christian, and yet here we have an actual entire group of Christian groomers.
Describe this organization. They use fear and manipulation.
This organization literally hurts my stomach when I think about it.
It's a very persuasive type of religion.
If they didn't talk to God's true people, his chosen ones, then yes, they are going to hell.
I mean, what specifically do they do?
You're scared of the world. They make it a scary place to leave.
This is where I absolutely blame the truth for all of this.
By the way, for any of you, this is a, what do you call it? This is something of a disclaimer. This is going to have some discussions about child sexual abuse. And if you find that to be difficult to listen to, I don't blame you, but it's just, it rises to the importance, I would say, that we should at least take a little time here today looking at this. I'm gonna struggle to cut this one off. It's like 20 minutes long. This is a harrowing fucking documentary.
Tues are often referred today as the truth by its followers. According to the ministry's doctrine, this is the only way to find true salvation.
Do you think they're being truthful?
They're not being truthful, no.
Former members say that truth has something to hide.
Sick.
Secretive.
Sick. I mean, I'm just broken. Like, I could just cry right now.
Very harmful.
His type was small-framed brunette girl.
A convicted child molester, and he'd been in her home.
There is so many more layers to this.
In February, the FBI announced it's investigating the ministry and seeking victim information following allegations of child sexual abuse reported across the U.S. The church generally operates inside private homes of members, where worship services are held on Wednesdays and Sundays. It was founded by Scottish evangelist William Irvine in the late 1800s. Historical records suggest it wasn't until the early 1900s the ministry set roots in the Bay Area.
They went about in pairs. They call it 2x2. That's where we get the name.
Cherie Kropp, a former member and author of a historical biography on the religious sect, explains the hierarchy. Overseers are at the top, considered to be church leadership. Below them are the ministers or workers that travel in pairs of 2 men or 2 women as they evangelize and preach to members. Below them are the elders and friends that make up the members of the congregation.
The preachers were to be celibate.
These ministers often live in members' homes for a period of time before moving to the next, according.
By the way, this I don't know if you've noticed a trend with this group, but it seems to be also exclusively white people. Just glaringly so, no pun intended.
To the scripture, it's considered an honor to host them.
I do remember workers, if they stayed with us, they would sleep in like our room.
Lynette Burridge Flanagan is a former member who lives in Union City. She says her cousin, Laura Lee Brown, pictured on the left, was sexually abused by another member at the age of 9 until she was 13.
Were the parents aware of this?
Mm-mm.
Was there an effort to report this abuse?
No.
Why do you think that is?
I think that they wanted to keep it a secret because I think that they believe that if you tarnish their perfect way or their perfect will or the only way, then that would look bad on them.
Yeah, no kidding. Of course it would look bad on them. There's no way for that not to look bad. Even if you weren't espousing that you were the best. Even if people knew you were a bad guy, they'd still be... that would not help. That would make things worse. Let's be real.
Can you walk me through what happened?
Her cousin, Laura Lee, says it's been a nightmare ever since.
My little foot and slipper. This was about in the middle of the time of the 3 years he was molesting me.
She shared a picture of her alleged perpetrator the night of his engagement to another woman.
He would immediately go back to sexually interacting with me whenever he could.
How often would this happen?
On a week-to-week basis. It would happen about 2 times a week or more.
Laura Lee says for 3 years, she didn't understand what was going on until 6th grade sex ed class.
And I left the class and went outside, and it was the first time I realized what had happened to me.
She was 13.
My parents were actually told at that time. I couldn't do school.
Laura Lee says she tried...
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, it should be the opposite. Okay, you should be getting out of this fucking religion and directly into school, which was the only place that was there to tell you the truth. And this is why we need more education funding and an end to charter schools and things like that, which get tax dollars, because holy fuck. Like, holy fuck. This poor woman, as a child from 9 to 13, was regularly raped by a man, including when he was married, and supposedly in this pious religious cult. But it's hard to call something a cult when you got millions of followers, right? It's beyond that. It's still obviously a cult, but you know what I mean? It's just like, and that's an institution, right? They're technically a church, and my guess is they probably have been. I feel like I need to look this up, but they are probably a tax-exempt organization, among other sorts of things that churches enjoy. It's just disgusting. This is just oh god, it just makes me sick. For her to find out in 6th grade, because nobody else was there to tell her or to protect her as a child, she had no idea what happened. She had no idea what was going on for years. Oh god, and there's a bunch more. This is like a 20-minute documentary. It's just more and more of that. Let's start back here, I guess. Oh, wait, no.
Stop, but I did not know how to handle it other than to leave the area and beg God to forgive me. Rose denied promising to marry Autry and stated they didn't have sex. Adding in the email, this did not happen with anyone else. Fast forward from 1986 to April of 2023. An email was sent to members about Rose, stating another allegation was made from outside of the state of Minnesota. The ABC 7 News I-team made multiple calls to Steve Rose to get further comment, but we never heard back. ABC's Kira Phillips was able to track him down in Minneapolis. Here's what he had to say.
Steve Rose, Kira Phillips with ABC News. I'd like to ask you about these letters that you wrote Shariatri's parents and also your overseer.
Yeah, no comment.
Did you sexually
comment.
did you sexually abuse Shariatri when she was 14 and you were 28?
No comment.
Your overseer said that what you did was a felony. Do you believe your church protected you from this kind of abuse, protected you from going to jail? Does your church protect sexual predators? Does your church protect the children? We just want to get your side of the story. We want your response to what you wrote. You wrote that you were weak in the flesh. You were weak in the flesh. That's what you wrote. You woke that you were.
Wow. Zero comment on any of it. It's just disgusting. Even I feel like I don't have a comment on it, but it's just because I'm just so appalled. How is this dude walking around? Jesus fucking Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, that's what he said. He is weak in the flesh, and he hopes God forgives him. Yeah, you might want some other people's forgiveness. Just gonna throw that out there, in case you obviously forgot other people. You know, real people. Trying to remember where they put this. Oh God.
Would you consider this ministry to be secretive?
No, we're definitely not.
But some of those who grew up in it disagree.
Is there a culture within this religious sect that encourages sweeping things under the rug?
Uncomfortable topics are swept under the rug.
Ex-member Michael Day says he experienced that firsthand.
What's not uncomfortable for Christian Americans? Can we be real? At least the sort of people who wind up in, you know, these sorts of situations. What's not uncomfortable to them exactly? Like a list, because I'm pretty sure it's a short list.
He grew up in the religious sect with his cousin, John Vandenberg, a Hayward native.
It was shocking. He was on a missionary trip. When he was coming back, he was kicked out. He was molesting people, inappropriate touching of girls in the Philippines and one in Mexico. But they're just hearsay. I don't know.
Vandenberg died in March this year. Nearly a year before, this email was sent out from a regional leader in the ministry, reporting Vandenberg was the subject of several credible allegations of unacceptable sexual behavior, including a complaint of inappropriate touching of a minor, which was reported to the authorities.
I feel really bad, especially if they feel violated.
Day says he had 35 ministers or workers stay at his home growing up.
And one of them, who John knew and we knew, stayed in our home and was later came out as a convicted child molester.
In the years that followed, Day says he grew out of the faith and was displeased with what he called the hypocrisy.
I would hear that there are no rules. We have no rules. No, there's rules galore.
A lot of...
That's the hypocrisy that you left it for? Wow. Considering the topic of this documentary, just... that should have not been the first thing that came to mind.
Man-made rules.
There are absolutely rules, and none of them are written down.
There's no jewelry.
Other than a wedding ring, basically no makeup.
TV, you must have long hair. You had to wear it pinned up on your head.
Wearing just very conservative clothes, like really dresses.
And no slacks or shorts.
What happens if you wear pants?
You would be looked at like up and down, like, what are you wearing? Like, why are you wearing pants?
There was one woman who had to confirm that she'd thrown away all her makeup and would not wear it again.
We asked Paul about that. He denied any rules about makeup.
What about wearing pants to Sunday service?
I don't feel that's very womanly, What the scripture says is that a woman should
okay.
not wear what pertains
this
to a
woman
man.
is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Not womanly to wear pants nor go to college, according to Laura Lee Brown. She says she wanted to be an attorney, but was told by the ministry.
So here's one of those Judeo-Christian American, because this religion was created in America, so you know this is just a Judeo-Christian American creation here, right? In which patriarchy is basically the number one rule, number two after whatever the Bible says, and apparently rampant child sexual abuse happens on the reg, and it's gross. And somehow these people are just walking free, living as a religious institution somehow. I mean, it's just wild that this shit exists. You assume, like, in 2024, like, with the internet, people would have, at this point, grown out of all of that, right? Somehow. Or at least, like, figured out that this is all very stupid and antiquated. But no. That's not. That's just not how it works, apparently. I'm just at a loss with that. I mean... In the 50s? You remember the 50s, PB? Oh my gosh. In the 50s, girls weren't allowed to wear pants to school where you grew up, and it was freezing cold. You could wear slacks under your dress, but had to take them off when you got to school. Of course, how could anybody pay attention with women wearing pants in school? You can't learn math and wear pants. Or see someone wearing pants you don't expect to be wearing pants. I mean, that's anarchy. You can't learn. Numbers go right out the window the second ladies start wearing pants.
It's science.
Okay. Now let's look at something fun, just to kind of palate cleanse ourselves from everything we've seen so far today. There would be exactly. There would be riots in the streets. This is from a day ago where centuries-old cherries were unearthed at George Washington's Mount Vernon estate.
Follow the rich white man.
Plantations like Mount Vernon are where all of these different styles of cooking and different plants and animals came together. European, native, and African antecedents. And all of that stuff is woven into a new cuisine, an American cuisine, and this is part of that. So there is a lot of information that we're excited to get from these bottles, and they can tell us a lot about what life was like here. The total bottle count was 35 bottles. That's recovered from 6 different storage pits. Of that 35, 6 were broken. So 29 of the bottles contained intact fruit contents. Of that, 12 bottles had cherries, 16 bottles had berries, probably gooseberries or currants, but we haven't confirmed that. And the last bottle had mixed cherries and berries. Presumably they ended up on the Washington's table and were eaten either as just fruit out of the bottle, or they were baked into other confections, or we do know that the Washingtons were very fond of ice cream.
Okay.
These could have also ended up in ice cream, who knows?
Sure.
This pit in particular, we have a theory, we think this is probably the summer of 1775, which is the last harvest just before Washington rode off to Philadelphia and became commander-in-chief just before the Revolution. So food...
Historical cherries, 250 fucking years old. Probably still good. You could probably still eat those, no problem. Guess who picked those cherries? Anybody? No, not well-paid workers, Afroponics. I'm afraid, I'm afraid not. That was not one of the options. Yes, what everybody else is saying. Unpaid workers, otherwise known as slaves. Ah, God. How the fuck can you tell that they ate ice cream? I'm pretty sure it's in the historical record that they were big fans of ice cream.
It's science.
Okay, now to get us into politics. First, let's watch some more of this video. We watched a piece of this earlier, just a tiny snippet of it. Today, I feel like we should watch some more of it, because these are the people who constantly causing problems. But it's funny sometimes to watch them try to form sentences and thoughts. And the good liars are great at illuminating those thoughts. This is from 6 days ago, where they were at a Miami Trump rally. Talking to some very, very normal people.
This says Trump 2020, make liberals cry again. But Trump's the one who's not in office. So the liberals were happy about the 2020 election. So if there is a group that's crying about it, it would be conservatives.
He was first elected, and we were trying to, in 2020, we were trying to make that happen again, make them cry again.
But then he lost.
He lost, right, and now they're doing everything they can possible to stop him from even running in 24.
But if you had to say who's been crying about the 2020 election, who would it be?
Obama is the one running the country right now, not Biden.
Not Biden.
This is Obama's third term.
And why do you think that?
Third
Because it's plain to see.
It's plain.
If
you just use your eyes.
Walk out of the room before that falling down.
So how is he actually running it? Is he in the White House right now, Obama?
He's in the White House. He's behind the scenes in the White House, yeah.
So Obama, all the pictures taken of him not in the White House most of the time, is that not evidence that he's not in the White House?
I think both of them's in the White House.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
MakeHoneyGreatAgain.com. I'm Todd, the owner of the company, and we travel the country with him. We donate the proceeds to different organizations. We're here today for the J6ers. We're inside the gate.
Do you think it's like a sexual thing? Like Trump is his honey? Do you think he has sort of like sweet feelings for him, if you will?
Mike Lindell everybody in the country uses us for fundraising. So
we're outside the Trump rally now, and why are you here today?
We are here to a couple reasons. We're here to promote an awareness of that Donald Trump represents a higher calling for the United States. Okay. And we're here to represent that higher calling. It's not necessarily
like
Donald Trump
thing.
personally, although he's a...
So a higher calling, what does that mean?
In other words, that this country was founded on the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is the founding fathers came from a totalitarian, oppressive regime where freedom of religion, freedom of speech was suppressed.
And what are you holding here?
What we have here is a painting that I did back in 2017.
Oh, this guy.
To show my support for the 45th President of the United States of America.
I see we've got Trump, we've got Eagles, we've got a bust of George Washington.
This guy is a talented artist, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Look at that masterpiece. Hold on. We gotta see more of this. Because I watched this whole thing earlier and I'm just like wow. Some very, very smart people here. So just prepare yourself for that. Smart people like this guy appears to be wearing some sort of Like, he may have run through a Cracker Barrel somehow, like naked, and this is what he looked like when he came out.
Right now, we're watching a scripted movie. Sleepy, creepy Joe is gone. He's not even here. We're watching a man with a mask play a role to wake up these people. The people have been watching, basically we've been living in a satanic world.
There's like polls that a majority of Americans are not excited about a Biden-Trump rematch.
There's not going to be a rematch.
You don't think so?
This guy wants to be involved
It's
so
gonna be a rematch.
bad. By the way, watch the crowd as he's doing this interview, because I noticed that most of the people here just loved the fact that he was here asking questions. And this guy really wants to get involved, though. Out of everybody, he just wants to jump the fence and get in for a second interview. He's like, the first one wasn't good enough. I have more things to say.
It's going to be Biden versus Trump.
Look at him. He's like pacing, arms crossed. Like, oh, I got so much to say.
What do you mean? So who is the president now?
Elected? Trump, he won by a landslide.
But Biden is the president right now.
Elected or selected?
But he is in the Oval Office, the president right now.
He's not, okay, he's a president, but he's not commander-in-chief. How's that?
He is the commander-in-chief.
That doesn't make sense.
Is that what you want to say?
That's just what the Constitution
but he is
says.
the president right now, right?
Not my president.
But he is the president of the United States.
It's not coming from my mouth. Nope, he's not my president.
But I'm not saying he's your president, but he is the current president of the United States.
Nope. No.
What do you mean?
See, this lady, she's trying to get involved. She's got her flag.
It's a big show.
I'm gonna
right
chant and do a little march.
I mean, if you can't see it or if people
I got
can't
something in
see
my
it,
eye. I gotta
that's
walk
on
away.
them.
But I'm confused as a show. He is the president right now, right?
If you want to call him a president, you can call him a president. But to me, he's not the president.
I love these two dudes at the front here who are both looking over sort of smugly, but don't actually seem to have any answers for this question either. You know, and I think that that's why they look kind of awkward. They're like, wait, does she have an answer for this?
Who runs the country?
He's not.
Who runs the country?
Right now, it's behind the scenes, but it's not him.
This one's 45.
That guy wants
so
to be
I'm looking forward
involved
doing
too.
the 47. And for me, what this really means is that
I swear to God, you could just walk into a Trump crowd with a microphone, and you will get the entire crowd there to tell you exactly how the election was stolen and Obama is in the office, third term, and the Earth is flat. Oh wait, yeah, there's a bunch of flat Earthers here too, including what was it? Who said it? It was a good one. Badass Billy Gunn. Yeah, that's him. That is him. Hold on. Where does he? Oh wait, actually, these ladies are trip.
See how that comes out, though. I don't know. There's always something that.
If that's the case, does that change your opinion on it a little bit?
No.
It's Karen over here, right? This is Karen, and this is Laren. Or maybe I reverse that. No, Karen's probably the one who's answering questions. This is Laren. Okay, I don't actually know their names. I'm just guessing.
It's all fake news. It's all fake news.
But it's not. It wouldn't be fake because he did say it.
Yeah, but how do we know that? Where?
But because his own company put it out and they said that it was their document.
She really doesn't actually have a plan for these questions. I assume she doesn't play chess, right? She asks the question, then you hear her try to answer herself, and she gets lost, and she's like, wait a second, when's the last time I heard a fact? Was it 1987? Obama.
And I'd have to see it, and then, you know what I mean? I don't know what you're talking about, but if I saw it, then I would say, okay, cool. Well, there's a reason for it, guaranteed. So.
But if he did lie about that, do you think maybe it's possible he lied about other stuff?
Trump doesn't lie.
Oh.
Trump doesn't lie?
No, okay.
No, he does not lie. No, you'll see.
She takes this
You don't think
this
Donald
is
Trump has ever
personal
lied?
for
No.
him, for her.
But like when he talks
Oh God, she would have an absolute fit. She would pull an Anna Kasparian on me for hearing me misgender her unintentionally. Oh God. Oh God. Did not mean to offend a birthing person. Hold on though. We got some more very normal people here to listen to. We can't listen to the Stop the Steal twins here. So we have a bunch of other very normal people that we have to listen to too.
I know we didn't go to the moon.
We didn't go to the moon?
No, we didn't go to the moon.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't get out of the atmosphere.
Really? What do you mean?
Why don't we go look at underwater or past the ice? That's where it's at. They want you to look up. They don't want you to look on our own ground.
If the Earth is flat.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They don't want you to look down. They want you to look up. Otherwise, you'll see that the Earth is flat. Okay. This guy thought it through. Okay. You know, really? Come on. By the way, there's like a. Oh god. These people are just amazingly concerning.
It's called a driver's license. Is this part of any group?
It is part of the Sanatan Dharma. Sanatan means eternal. Dharma means the function of the soul. So all religions, all wisdom traditions have that as the underlying principle that we're all spiritual by nature.
Is this the Hare Krishna? Or
it is a book that it's published by the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, which is the publishing arm of the Hare Krishnas. Repeat after me, you and your buddy here. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
You want the cameraman
Krishna,
to get on it,
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
One more round. Hare Rama.
This
Hare
guy's
Rama.
got
Hare
some.
Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama.
This,
Rama Rama.
Hare Hare.
this dude is. What's the word? Consistent, right? He's consistent with the cult-like thinking, and I love it. At least he sticks to his guns. You know, at least he knows where his strengths are, right?
Hare Hare. You believe Donald Trump was a great commander-in-chief, JFK Sr. is alive, and the world is flat.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So that's the level of critical thinking we got going on at the Trump rally in Miami. Very high level ideas, as you can see for yourself. Oh God. Oh God. I can't believe that I can't believe Forbes breaking news clipped this for me. This is one of the nicest things they've ever done. And the fact is, they're not even really a news organization. They just make clips. They just make clips. They don't even react to said clips. And then sometimes they have a couple of like literal children I think sometimes interview each other. It's a weird news network run by a man who inherited that news organization. I know that's shocking to all of you. But yeah, the person who runs Forbes inherited it from his father, who was also a douchebag. But yeah, they did a great job of clipping this for me. Trump said some really interesting stuff about the future of the future of not just the country, but of specifically the labor force of this country. Where the fuck did he say this shit? It's like somewhere around here. By the way, this was in wait, yeah, this was in Detroit.
We're going to get your children jobs. We're going to make it possible for them to work. We're going to stop illegals from coming in because your biggest threat are the illegals taking the jobs. We have threats as to security, too, because, again, so many of them come from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and even insane asylums. That's a step above.
Wait, sorry. I was reading chat just now. I just had like a break. Did you just say that BCAT deleted YouTube? Does that mean BCAT's not?
Many steps above.
I'm sorry. What just happened? You're saying BCAT's no longer... I thought I saw her... I saw her earlier today. Hold on. We have to hear that again.
I turn my life around right now. I have 6 children, and I worry about their future. Democrats are attacking our kids right now. What will you do to protect our children and their future?
Well, we're going to get your children jobs. We're going to make it.
Sorry, let's hear that again.
Protect our children and their future.
Well, we're going to get your children jobs.
I'm clipping that. Oh, God. So, yeah, Donald Trump is going to put the children to work. He's going to get all the children jobs at the factories. So, everybody prepare yourselves for that in the case of a Trump victory this year. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Even though the competition isn't great. I don't know if children in factories is a great plan. That's what it sounds like he's going to do. You think he's lying? You think he's not going to put the kids in the factories? He's definitely going to put the kids in the factories. He's going to shut down the factories, but he's going to put the kids in the... He's going to assign the kids to shutting down. He's going to have child, like demolition squads.
You do to protect our children and their future.
Well, we're going to get your children jobs. We're going to make.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Either way, just ridiculous. I mean, he goes on to say, obviously, that he thinks it's the fault of immigrants and the Democrats that his children don't have jobs. But it sounds like he wants, like many Republicans have been saying, to put the children to work, literally. Hold on, I have to export this because I didn't sample it correctly. Focaccia bread. Sounds delicious. Okay. Now, let's look at this video from BBC News, where Joe Biden has decided to give legal status to nearly 500,000 undocumented spouses in America.
President Joe Biden has announced a new policy that would protect hundreds of thousands of undocumented husbands and wives of US citizens from deportation. The White House believes more than 500,000 spouses will benefit. The policy applies to those who have been in the country for at least 10 years, and it will allow them to work in the US legally. The White House also believes the new spouses policy will benefit 50,000 people under 21 who have a parent married to a US citizen. The issue of immigration has proven to be a bit of a headache for Mr. Biden, who recently issued a sweeping executive action to curb record migrant arrivals at the US-Mexico border.
Exactly. So, I mean, Joe Biden's policies recently regarding the border have been absolutely fucking atrocious. We've talked about it here recently. And then he does this, which is which completely flies in the face of much of what he was just doing. I think part of it is gotta be that they realized, like I was saying, was that the right-wingers were not going to be moved more to the left by him doing something like this. It wasn't, they hate him. They've invested their entire lives into hating him. I feel like 5% of MAGA Republicans have FJB tattooed on their left butt cheek. So their identity is literally in on this as deep as you can go. So he was never going to win them over. I always thought it was a fucking idiotic idea. This is actually a good idea. But he also closed the fucking border. It's still closed and is not going to be reopening probably very soon at any point because of the way that his most recent executive order around immigration was worded. Because at any point that a certain number of people attempt to cross the border is immediately shut down. I don't remember the exact number, but from what I remember, according to experts, was that number was so low that it would make it very, very difficult, because it would put the numbers to pre-pandemic levels. If they would need to be at that level for an extended period of time. I think they said like 2 weeks, and if at any point it would increase beyond that point, immediately it just shuts down the border again. No asylum requests, none of it, right? So the inconsistency is mind-boggling. I don't understand what his fucking strategy is at all. To speak about some more of his confounding strategies, let's look at this from... Oh, this is also from Forbes. Wow, Forbes did some work today. Good job. Clipped 2 videos. So proud of you. This is where President Biden was at a Los Angeles fundraiser hosted by Jimmy Kimmel, of all people. And he spoke on the Supreme Court. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
So it's been almost 2 years since the largely Trump-appointed justices in the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. And
don't hiss. Vote.
They're not booing, they're saying Roe. These threats to abortion rights, to women's rights, even to birth control and IVF are not in our liberal imaginations anymore. They're very real. And these decisions, these very personal, intimate decisions are now being made by 9 unelected judges, one of whom flies his flag upside down. The other one of the others drives around in a $267,000 gift on vacations. And I think we are all wondering, what can we do about this?
Elect me. Again, I'll tell you why. No, I'm not just saying. The next president is likely to have 2 new Supreme Court nominees. 2 more. 2 more. He's already appointed 2 that have been very negative in terms of the rights of individuals. The idea that if he's reelected, he's going to appoint 2 more flying flags upside down is really, I really mean it.
Could this be the scariest part of all of it?
Well, I think it is one of the scariest parts of it. Look, the Supreme Court...
Here's my problem with this framing for him, right? Is because he is counting on... I guess at least in the context of what he's trying to say, is that he's going to live long enough that Supreme Court justices are going to retire. And he's the oldest person to ever run for president, ever. You know? Now, do I think that Kamala Harris would potentially put some good Supreme Court justices in? Yeah, better than Trump. I mean, I'll say that. She is a cop, so she has some kind of shitty views on a lot of stuff, but yeah, I would trust her to put judges in place better than Trump. But I mean, like, for him to be like banking on people retiring, it's like, bro, you should have already retired. And you know, it's
never been as out of kilter as it is today. I mean, never. I taught constitutional law for 9 years. This guy knows more about it than most. Look, the fact of the matter is that this has never been a court that's been this far out of step. And by the way, when we said after the decision that overruled Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs decision, you had Clarence Thomas talking about the fact that there are going to be other things we should reconsider, including in vitro fertilization, including contraception, including all these things. And they're going. By the way, gay rights. But by the way, not on my watch.
What does that mean? Not on my watch. It just happened on your watch, dude. This is the most tone-deaf comment ever. He had 3 years to pack the courts, like many leftists had asked for, although he's much too much of a centrist to ever be on board for something like that. But on his watch, that's what happened. It got overturned, and nothing good has happened since then regarding this issue, aside from, what, allowing contraception in the pill federally? Ooh, yay, condoms, thank you. Wait, no, there was the mifepristone, too. So that was good, but it's not like Joe Biden decided that. Those same fucking justices decided it. So it's just very frustrating. And so tone deaf. And I wish that he would find a backbone on literally anything, rather than pandering ineffectually. Okay. Where the fuck are we right now? We're an hour 22 minutes in. I have so many videos left, it's not even funny. Holy shit. Oh, this is going crazy today. Okay, buckle up. Let's go to this one. Now, some people may have missed this. I think we watched this a couple of days ago, maybe even yesterday, where Steve Bannon went to Turning Point USA most recent rally and said a bunch of wild things. We kind of unpacked a lot of it, but CNN happened to clip it for us, so I figured we'd just watch this very beginning of this next segment here, just to remind people who either forgot, or for those who may have missed that stream.
Accountability Day. That's how Steve Bannon is describing Inauguration Day 2025, if Donald Trump wins a second term. The longtime Trump ally delivering a series of chilling warnings at a conservative gathering in Detroit. Vowing a win by Trump means investigations and prosecutions of anyone who has crossed the former president.
November 5th is Judgment Day. January 20th, 2025 is Accountability Day. Trust me, on the afternoon of the 20th, we're also going to start the pick and shovel work to take apart the administrative state and to take on its rogue element, the Praetorian Guard, the deep state. We're going to run them all out of town. Are you prepared to fight? Are you prepared to give it all? Are you prepared to leave it all on the battlefield? Ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. Victory or death.
Well, you know, you could dismiss this as a
illegal.
Good God. So yeah, there's Steve Bannon essentially calling for actual political war. And it's not great. It's not a great vibe. It's basically, I feel like that Bannon speech was this sound shot just personified with words. Personifies the wrong word. Portrayed. Anyway. Yeah, that's essentially one of Donald Trump's like very very close confidants and advisors. So I just felt that sort of language was real problematic. And I get it, he's feeling the heat. He's about to be going to jail real soon. But that's partly why he's so worked up about this, because he needs Trump to get back into office so that he can be pardoned like the rest of the people Trump has already pardoned, like Manafort and Roger Stone and all the other ones. It's a literal list. I think he pardoned like at least 20 people or more, including I think some Jan 6ers, right? Is Navarro still in prison? I'm pretty sure. Oh God, was he? No, was he pardoned too? I can't. No. He must know. I think he's got to be in prison, right? Right? I gotta look this up now. Damn you, Navarro. He got 4 months in prison and $9,500 fine. he may still be in prison, but he's not going to be in there for all that long, it would seem. That's a disappointing sort of sentence for somebody who attempted to overthrow the election. Four months is all you get, huh? Okay. God, I just feel like I want to make a fucking video on this thing. Skipping it though. Skipping multiple videos. Except too many. So, talk about electric cars and things like that all the time, partly due to the fact that they're constantly being touted as the solution to our transportation problems regarding fossil fuels and climate change. However, if you're not familiar with this company, this is a company called Fisker, which was, up until more recently, a multi-billion-dollar company. They have now filed for bankruptcy, according to Reuters. Now, Fisker is a EV maker. Is the only kind of cars they make.
US electric vehicle maker Fisker filed for bankruptcy protection late Monday. It's looking to sell assets and restructure its debts. The firm has been hit by a rapid cash burn while it tries to deliver its Ocean EVs in the US and Europe.
It's a difficult thing to do.
Founded by auto designer Henrik Fisker, the firm had first flagged doubts about its viability back in February. A month later, it failed in attempts to win backing from a big car maker. Reuters reported that to be Japan's Nissan. Now Fisker says bankruptcy protection is the best way forward. The company blamed market and macroeconomic headwinds. Global EV sales growth has recently faced a slowdown, with the market also facing a fierce price war sparked by Tesla.
Now, the price war sparked by Tesla wasn't really a price war sparked by Tesla. I mean, Tesla didn't even deliver on their supposed cheap car that they had been touting. And it was actually, in fact, China who started making better, cheaper electric cars first. And Tesla was trying to keep up. And then Fisker was trying to keep up. But Tesla gave up on that plan because they wanted to continue making exorbitant sums of money. And they wouldn't want to lower their profit margin to lower cost. So yeah, and the reason I really wanted to look at this is because of the fact that this is another reason why just like counting on corporations such as Fisker or Tesla or any of the other EV makers, you know, GM, Ford, they're all in there, and you know, counting on them to do the right thing as it comes to climate change and everything else is solely based upon economics. It's entirely based on economics and their bottom lines, and it's not a feasible solution to what is an incredibly dire situation right now. We're going to get into why it's so dire in a little bit here, but we got some more stuff to talk about here first. Let's look at this, because this is wild. We have been talking about Boeing as well, fucking nauseum, because of just how many things have been coming out about their malfeasance as a business, as it relates to their decision making when it comes to making a choice between profits and safety. They have constantly chosen profits and rewarding shareholders over all else. So let's look at this, where earlier today a whistleblower came out right before Boeing CEO went to Congress to testify, and this whistleblower basically is accusing Boeing of using broken parts on its planes. I wonder why.
More trouble for Boeing today as another whistleblower has come forward ahead of the CEO's testimony on Capitol Hill.
Sam Mohawk is a quality assurance inspector who's raising red flags about Boeing's handling of non-conforming parts.
His complaints were brought forward by the office of Senator Rich Blumenthal of Connecticut. Mohawk says Boeing lost track of parts that were labeled as non-conforming or not up to design standards.
So he also said that sometimes these parts were given a second chance and ended up in airplanes when they should have been discarded. His claims come on the same day Boeing CEO David Calhoun is set to answer questions from a Senate committee on recent issues Boeing has faced.
Follow the rich white man.
We're going to go straight into the next video that discusses this just slightly more.
Breaking news as you wake up this morning, just hours ahead of a critical hearing on Capitol Hill involving Boeing. We're now learning that another internal whistleblower has stepped forward with several new allegations of fraud and deception, including claims that the company is using defective parts to build its 737 MAX airplane in Renton.
Let's get to King 5's Drew Andre. Drew, you just got a hold of this 200-page report from the Senate committee.
This is just disgusting. There's been a bunch of people who have actually died on Boeing airplanes in the recent past, and there's still some like ongoing lawsuits, if I'm not mistaken.
Holding that hearing this morning, this whistleblower making some pretty inflammatory claims and still works at Boeing, right? What else is he saying?
Well, that's right, Jake. He says he witnessed the mishandling of parts of Boeing's Renton facility, in some cases done intentionally to hide improperly stored parts from the FAA. The whistleblower is a quality assurance inspector named Sam Mohawk. The employee alleges that Boeing is cutting corners, improperly tracking and storing parts that are either damaged or out of specification, and those parts are likely being installed on.
This is pure and utter willful negligence, all just to serve a capitalist purpose. Oh, we need more money. I need another personal jet. I might run a airline, but I need a private jet. 2 G6s, please. At the expense of potentially millions of people fly on Boeing planes every day. I'm not saying they're all going to crash out of the sky suddenly, but putting broken parts into them to cut costs, firing safety workers, which we talked about previously, also not good. Telling safety inspectors that it's too costly and time-consuming to go over each and every specific safety problem. There's another fucking red flag. There's so many red flags in regards to Boeing right now. Makes me glad I'm not flying at all. It's a great thing about having a spaceship. Okay, now let's talk about something else regarding people with too much money doing things that harm people. This is from More Perfect Union from a day ago. How sports fans inspired a revolt against billionaires.
Every summer, stadiums across America will be packed with fans, but the true game is played far from the field, in state houses and courtrooms throughout the country. The players aren't athletes, but billionaires and lobbyists, and the stakes are hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money. In state after state, billionaire owners manipulate our passions for sports, crafting narratives that defy economic logic to reroute public funds from essential services, things like schools, housing, and transportation, into their own deep till. Most of the time, as a fan, it feels pretty helpless.
It's despicable, right? And it's an action and it's a move that should be despised by any and every community member.
In Nevada, John Fisher, the billionaire heir to the Gap fortune and owner of the Oakland A's, plans to move his team to Las Vegas, armed with nearly $400 million from taxpayers. We saw some of the headlines, and we set out to investigate. And what we found left us wondering. Are these deals actually inevitable?
It's a great question.
Is it possible for cities that are typically pitted against each other to unite and fight back?
Even better question.
Is there hope for fans and public budgets?
Let's find out.
You have a real crisis situation in Nevada schools.
That's Chris Daly. He's the political director for the Nevada State Education Association.
For decades, Nevada has grossly underfunded public education. We rank 48th in the country in per pupil funding, despite having some higher cost of living here.
So in 2023, educators set out to start fixing Nevada's public education system.
Public education is an everyone issue.
They held rallies, pressured the government, and got a $2 billion a year increase.
That was great, but you have to keep in mind with factors like the increasing costs to operate a school district, even with that $2 billion, we didn't really catch up much.
With the legislative session dwindling,
For fuck's sake. Yeah, we gotta stop giving our money to to billionaires to just live out their dreams. That is not a good use of public funds.
Fisher, the owner of the A's, hundreds of millions to move the
Are
team
your
from
dreams
Oakland
funded
to
by the
Vegas.
government?
There are decades of studies that have all
Maybe they
found
are. Maybe
that
they
there
are.
is zero economic benefit to building sports
not
stadiums.
the same way.
That's Neil DeMouse. He co-wrote the book on sports stadium controversies.
All of the evidence shows the same thing, which is that the worst possible thing to spend public money on is a sports stadium.
Yes, you heard that right. The University of Chicago recently asked 43 economists if stadium subsidies were a good deal for taxpayers. Only one said they were.
I don't want reality.
It didn't surprise us after the fact when, the A's made $100,000 in contributions to legislators, most of whom voted for the package. They hired up about a quarter of Nevada's, kind of lobbying corps. The legislature opened up the checkbook. In the end, passing a package worth $380 million in public funds.
Good God.
Over 500 miles away, something interesting was happening. Oakland A's fans were fed up with John Fisher.
Nobody should go into business with John Fisher.
That's Brian Johansson. He's the co-owner of The Last Dive Bar. It's an Oakland A's fan group that sells t-shirts for charity and helps start the fan movement against Fisher.
I think his parents and family probably want to disown the guy with how bad he is in business.
Fisher earned his billions the most American way possible.
Oh, he got that from Mommy Doris. He inherited his fortune, right, from the Gap.
The fortune was built, let's be honest, largely on sweatshop labor.
In 2005, he used part of his fortune to buy the Oakland A's.
This is...
So, yeah. And I feel like we all kind of have forgotten about that. But, yeah, during Gap's infancy, they were using child labor like it was going out of style.
Team that's been rooted in a community for over 55 years. Championship after championships, iconic dynasties in the 70s and the Bash Brothers and Ricky of the 80s. I mean, it's people's entire lives.
Yeah, people do have really strong attachments to teams, which is why I know that this can be a touchy subject for some people. But it is, it's got to stop being incentivized by cities for organizations that are clearly serving just themselves. Even if you love something, sometimes you gotta let it go. And if it loves you back, whatever the saying is.
Are like almost the definition of cartel, right? You've got a very limited group of very rich people who have an asset that they're not going to let anybody else get, and they use that for leverage at every opportunity.
The teams and our fandom is that asset. They're scarce. So when owners want to, they can extort communities to pay them hundreds of millions of dollars to keep their teams in town.
It's all, fairly embarrassing for MLB what's going on with the A's, but, other owners aren't going to complain because they may want to use this threat someday themselves.
According to Neil,
I feel like I say this a lot, but I do genuinely mean it. I feel like every dollar that's given to sports stadiums And in ways, I feel like it should be done retroactively. But I know that these companies have stock, and I do feel they should be getting dollar for dollar stock out of these sort of deals with public money.
There's actually a playbook owners follow.
We're going to threaten to leave if we don't get a new stadium.
The president traveled to Nevada today again to check out what Las Vegas has to offer the team.
There are huge economic benefits from getting a new stadium.
From jobs at the Coliseum to Little League team uniforms, the impact of the team has been deeply rooted in Oakland.
And they sort of cycle through these. If one doesn't work, you just go to the next one.
Will the Oakland A's stay? Will they go? Will they stay? Will they go?
Faced with the inevitable, the A's fans' position became this part of the story doesn't have a happy ending for Oakland fans. John Fisher will probably not sell the team. The team will probably leave. But there is some hope for Nevada public schools and for a future in which states and fandoms can actually fight back.
Actually, I'm just going to let them talk, and then we're going to move on.
So Schools Over Stadiums is a committee that the Nevada State Education Association set up to fight the use of public funding in the proposed new ballpark for the athletics.
So Schools Over Stadiums, like, they're all about taking that public money away and kicking John Fisher in the nuts. And so we're all about kicking him, you know, in the nuts as well.
I feel like that guy thought about that a little too long, where he was genuinely like, I would like to kick him in the nuts. If he was here, his nuts would be in danger. That was the vibe I got from him just now. I just realized Teddy Cool is not very far from. Are you an Oakland fan, Teddy Cool? I know you're a Bay Area old GSW fan. Oh wait, no, San Francisco has its own team, don't they? I just remembered. Okay, so yeah, I just think that it is nice to see that there's actual potential policy on the table right now to definitively say we're done giving you money and we're gonna give that money to the schools. And it sounds like Nevada is considering doing the same thing, considering what's been going on with that. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Go back. Alright, what's next? Okay, let's look at some people who are, well, not billionaires. This is from CBS Colorado. Findings from their Denver Basic Income Project have shown more stability among target group.
I don't want reality.
New tonight out of Denver, findings from the Denver Basic Income Project find improvements for people taking part when it comes to finding housing, employment, and more financial well-being. This project provides cash transfers to unhoused people throughout the city. Says at the 10-month mark from enrollment, 45% of those who took part reported living in their own house or their own apartments. Your reporter in Denver, Jasmine Arena, showing us the direct impact tonight. Jasmine, you spoke with a family who is...
So you're telling me if you gave people money who didn't have money and no place to live, suddenly, basically almost a majority of them were no longer unhoused. Wow. Shocking.
Receiving these monthly payments.
Absolutely, Karen. And the program is broken into 3 different groups. Both Group A and B get monthly cash payments that add up to a total of $12,000. Group C gets monthly payments that adds up to about $600. Now, essentially, this is to help those unhoused folks get back on their feet and help them with the basic needs like housing and hygiene. I spoke with one family who is currently in Group B, and they tell me This program has been life-changing. For the first time in 8 years, Jolene Jaquetta and her family have a place to call home.
It feels wonderful. It's a relief, actually.
Since 2015, Jolene and her partner Gary had been battling chronic homelessness after serving time in prison. And for years, her kids dealt with it too, including her 2-year-old son, Kai.
One of the biggest struggles for me was finding like a bathroom or some place to wash up in. Kai was just a year old at the time, and it was really hard. It took a toll on me emotionally.
But that's all in the past. Their life changed after being chosen to be part of the Denver Basic Income Project, where she received an initial direct payment of $6,500 in 2022. And then monthly cash payments of $500, totaling to $12,000 a year.
I was able to use the money to get an apartment where I live now, be able to have Christmas for my children.
The Denver Basic Income Project's research, headed by the University of Denver Center for Housing and Homelessness, found overall all groups showed significant improvements in housing outcomes and decrease in nights spent at the shelter.
All payments.
Yeah, so overall, it was a, maybe unshockingly to some here, an effective solution to homelessness. Now, granted, it's not a catch-all, as you can see. It did not work for everyone, but I just think we need more stuff like this happening. I wish it was more than a study. I wish it was a policy. But it is good to see people actually doing the research, I guess, and some people benefiting from it. Now let's talk about sort of the opposite of this. This is from ABC7 New York, where the Rent Guidelines Board has voted on increases of up to 6.5% for rent-stabilized apartments in New York City.
Millions of New Yorkers who live in rent-regulated apartments tonight going to find out how much higher their rents will soon be costing them. The Rent Guidelines Board tonight taking its final vote. The preliminary vote, you might be recalled, is calling for an increase of up to 4.5% for one-year leases and up to 6.5% for two-year leases. Tenant groups say renters can't afford the increase with the cost of everything else going up. It's a lose-lose situation, though. Tenants want lower leases, landlords want higher ones. A lose-lose situation. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon. It's loud in the background. Yes, she's live at Hunter College on the Upper East Side. Sonia.
And Bill, you're right. Every year it's a lose-lose situation. No one is happy. And right now a rally is getting underway with tenants who will be very unhappy with even the slightest rent increase. The mayor and his team today said they understand and they agree. The mayor quoting Jimmy McMillan saying already the rent is too damn high.
People are hurting. Affordability is crucial in the city, and we are really hoping that there's a low end to, if any, increase at all.
The Rent Guidelines Board will nail down firm numbers for the year ahead tonight. Within the ranges it's already decided.
Now, let's not forget that old Eric Adams there is the owner of an apartment building. I think, in fact, multiple apartment buildings in the area. So, you know, does it really bother him? I think not. But the fact is that these rent-controlled apartments, which are supposed to have their rents controlled by governmental boards, you know, if they can't be run by the people who own them, then the government should own them. Okay. Like if it's not, you know, we can't keep raising the rents. That one quote is in fact correct. We can't, you know, the rent is, it's already too damn high. Yeah, but it's just, yeah, we're already having enough problems. We don't need people who are, you know, in the one place where rents aren't supposed to be going up, having their rents go up too, just because landlords are feeling butthurt about it. Now this I found to be an interesting story, because I've also been hearing about stuff like this in the American real estate market very recently. So I am starting to think this is something of a trend, potentially, which could be good for people. It will take time for this to actually become a real effect on the entire housing and rental market, but I do feel like this is a good, this is the right direction here. This is from CBC News from a day ago, where according to them, May has seen its highest housing inventory since before the pandemic. So for over 5 years, essentially, or nearly 5 years. Am I doing that right? No, almost 6 years, I think. I hate doing years. It's always one more than you think. This, yeah. So yeah, this is in Canada, but they have seen their highest inventory now, and some real changes going on here very quickly, almost. Well, not right, not very quick, quicker than you might expect, it would seem.
We have the latest snapshot for you now of the Canadian housing market. The Canadian Real Estate Association says the number of new listings ticked up in May, but national home sales are down from last May. CBC's Scott Peterson takes us through the numbers.
Even the Canadian Real Estate Association is calling these spring numbers for the month of May sleepy and uneventful, not exactly stellar terms from an organization that's in the business of selling real estate, but basically acknowledging that a lot of buyers are still shying away from entering this market because of high interest rates. Let's take a look at these numbers out from CREA just this morning, as far as really a litmus test as far as the health of the home industry across Canada. Sales, first of all, a real harbinger of where prices are going to go, up 0.6% month over month for the month of May, but still 6% below this time last year. And this is also these sales levels that we're currently experiencing below long-term averages. At the end of May, 175,000 homes were listed for sale in the MLS system. That's up 28% over this time last year. Also, according to CREA, that we are looking at the highest amount of inventory out there for unsold homes going back to the fall of 2019, meaning there's more homes.
Yeah, this is good news in terms of movement on the housing crisis, right? Because the fact is, there is a ton of real estate being held by real estate holding companies, right? Who are renting these things out on like Airbnb or whatever else to you, potentially. But as this sort of stuff starts happening, as they see these sorts of things happening, they may very well have to start getting rid of some of those things. And I've also been considering a few other factors involving this, because, you know, the United States isn't the only place dealing with the insurance crisis. I don't know anything else to call it, where people's insurance rates are getting jacked up by insurance companies, having their insurances canceled. I think the writing is starting to be seen on the wall here, where for some of these people who aren't living in these houses and are just profiting off of them, just profiting off of even holding them in some cases and using those assets to depreciate and make, you know, deductions on their taxes, you know, eventually they may have to start considering what that means for them. Higher interest rates, all these sorts of things on borrowing costs, they add up. And so hopefully that will start an increase in inventory around, because that is part of what has been driving this inflation, because there has been nobody's been willing to get out of their homes. It's been happening for years now, essentially since the beginning of the pandemic. Now, to discuss this a little bit more, we're going to watch one of my favorite videos from the last few weeks. Alright, that's not true. That's rude. That's mean. That's mean. But we are watching it for, like, I think the third time. We're just going to watch a tiny snippet of this.
Hurricane season is now upon us, and the forecast is for an above-average season, up to 13 hurricanes. This, in addition to the sea level rising, has coastal real estate seeing flooding and erosion like it never has before. That trend, it's hitting coastal real estate values. Diana Olick shows us the growing impact in her continuing series on the rising risks from climate change.
From Dana Point, California to Long Island,
Look
New
at that
York
fucking
to
house.
Nantucket, Massachusetts, some of the
Wild.
nation's priciest coastal real estate is in an increasingly precarious position due to climate change.
They're buying them knowing they're going to lose them.
This Nantucket home was listed last summer for just over $2 million. But in the fall, a barely notable nor'easter wiped away an astounding 70 feet of the beach it sits on, thanks to sea level rise and unusually intense rainfall. The house sold this year for just $600,000. The buyer told the Boston Globe the price mitigates the risk, and it's not the only one.
There's been several. One sold in the mid-7s and one sold in the mid-8s, which I know that sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah, because it
But
is.
those houses, if they weren't at erosion risk, would have sold for,
Right.
I don't know, 10, 12
10,
million.
12 million
Nantucket real
dollars,
estate
which is
agent
like
Shelley
20 times as much. Meaning it was devalued by 95%. It's a bargain. $600,000 for a house underwater and sand. Oh God. But it is kind of nice to see. It's fucked up because I hate seeing it. Right, I hate seeing what's happening with the environment. But it's nice to see people who are probably arguably more a cause of the environmental destruction than others, somehow reaping the. Oh God damn it! The consequences of their actions. You got to assume there's a bunch of oil barons that have houses on the beach. Like, you're not an actual oil baron if you don't have at least like 3 beach houses in an island. That said, it's a very concerning thing because there are, in fact, some people who live in affected areas that have no real effect on these things, and for them, I'm very concerned because there's tons of those people, just millions. We've talked about it. It is a concerning number, but I don't know. I feel like it's almost like hopefully, like some sort of a wake-up call to these people. Like, oh, maybe we should stop destroying the earth just for money. I don't know.
I don't want reality.
Let's go to this to speak about us destroying the earth for money. This is from 15 hours ago, according to Euronews. Natural gas prices are surging as artificial intelligence boom is raising the demand for it. When I heard this, it pissed me off, but it was implicit. I always knew this was the case. Natural gas prices have surged over the past 3 months because of optimistic demand driven by a boom in AI consumption and its crucial role in the renewable energy transition. Now, this is a laughable statement, okay? While methane, technically, is like, they try and make these sort of arguments stick just by, pointing out certain aspects of methane that are slightly better than just burning coal to turn your lights on. But the fact is, we talked about it very recently, within the last few days, that methane is the thing that is causing global warming the most. And the best way for us to tackle climate change that will have effects sooner is to cut down on methane, because of the fact that it actually leaves the atmosphere faster, right? So if we can cut it down, there will actually be a global cooling effect. which I think we could all use, especially considering how hot it's been recently. Now, to talk about how fucking hot it's been recently, let's go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's about 7 fires we're going to have to cover here, starting in Canada and ending in New Mexico. First is in the Northwest Territories, where firefighters there are hoping for good wind conditions as the Fort Good Hope fire continues to burn.
As an evacuation center in Norman Wells, Northwest Territories offers support to hundreds of people, a human-caused wildfire is on the doorstep of their community.
We have to take it one day at a time. Brings us comfort knowing our houses are still standing and the power was not turned off.
Officials say the fire has grown significantly, and just over 100 of Fort Good Hope's 500 residents have stayed back to help in the firefight.
The weather is in our favor a little bit. It's going to push the fire away from the community, so that's good news. But we're going to have a little bit of dry, hot weather coming, so it probably will increase the fire behavior somewhat.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. Thankfully, it has not yet made it to their community and has not yet destroyed any structures, from what I understand. But this is just the beginning of fire season, and this is just the beginning of our discussion about fires happening right now in North America. Let's just go slightly south to NBC LA. So there's literally, hold on, let me count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's literally 5 like large enough fires in California right now that are being reported, at least by the news. Let's start with this one from a couple of days ago. This was in Lancaster, where a brush fire destroyed a home, as well as some surrounding terrain.
Hey there, McCullough. We've been chasing wildfires all afternoon. The one that we're over right now, you're looking at part of what is known as the Max Fire. This is here in Lancaster.
Actually,
this is near the intersection of West Avenue K and 70th. As I zoom in, you can see what remains of a structure that burned to the ground. Firefighters still on scene, hosing this down, and you can see how quickly smoke is billowing out of what's left of, it looks like this was a home. But this wind-driven fire started around 4 p.m. here in Lancaster. LA County Fire confirming this was a third alarm fire. No word yet on how exactly this sparked, if there were any injuries related to this, but this is still an...
Yeah, so no, I'm not sure if that was put out. I do feel like it may have been, because from the aerial view of the whole area that I saw, it looked, I mean, granted, I'm not an expert on fires, but it looked like it was potentially easily containable, and that it just happened really quickly because of the very high winds that have been going through California. Speaking of those winds, there is another fire, which is being called the Post Fire. This is outside of Los Angeles in, I think it's in Los Angeles County. It's already burnt 15,000 acres so far, and from the last I heard is only 20% contained. Let's start with one of the earlier videos on this, and then we'll kind of like move chronologically through this situation.
Firefighters near Los Angeles are trying to contain a massive wind-fueled wildfire. The Post Fire erupted Saturday in Gorman. That's about 60 miles northwest of Los Angeles, and it is already the largest wildfire in California this year. Strong winds and dry conditions are creating a challenge for firefighters trying to control the flames. More than 1,000 people have been forced to evacuate the area. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans is in Gorman, California, near the scene of the wildfires. So, Carter, wow, complete burnout behind you. What's going on there?
Well, this could be one of the areas where it initially started, Lindsay. This is an auto shop, one of the only buildings that's burned.
Now, actually, I remember this auto shop. We saw this on the night that this fire started. We were actually watching video of it from when it was actually on fire. Like the night of, if I'm not mistaken.
So far, I'll step out of the way here so you can see dozens of cars inside. The owner's son told me many of the cars are customer cars, so customers are going to come back and this is what they're going to find. There were hundreds of tires on site here. They all burned as well. As we pull back out a little bit, I want to show you this container. You can see how it got so hot inside. It expanded like a balloon. And speaking of heat, this is aluminum. These were
that's normal
aluminum car ribs. Now, aluminum melts at 1,200 degrees, so that gives you an idea of how hot that fire
probably
was.
still works.
They told me that these cars inside, they were completely burned in about 10 or 15 minutes. So that's how fast this fire was moving.
Christ.
So I have a couple of questions. I mean, first of
15
all, I
minutes
think
to
it's pretty
burn down
remarkable
20
that
cars.
already they're deducing where it could have started. You mentioned this auto shop could be one of those places. So what do we know about that? And then secondly, I see as you're talking, this wind that we were just mentioning, kicking up this dry dirt, maybe even ash. I mean, what are the conditions that are fueling this?
So the wind is the big problem right now. It's probably gusting 20, 25 miles an hour, enough to blow my hat off and enough to fan the flames when they get going. Good news is it's a lot cooler today, so that's helping keep these flames down a little bit. As for the cause, the official answer is it's under investigation. Talking with the shop owners here, and this is all hearsay. This is not guaranteed, but it is interesting, and it could very well be true. They're saying that witnesses who were here when this fire started said that they saw a horse trailer on the freeway up there. It was dragging a chain that was making sparks and lit some of the brush on the side of the road on fire. Now, if that's the case, that is a prime example of why they tell us out here in the West to be so careful.
Ugh. Climate change is real.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Wait for it. No, this is the way it's supposed to sound.
Climate and everything are the same word.
There we go. That's better. It's gonna have the sort of reverby sound to it. Sounds better. Oh, God. So, yeah, that was one of the earlier videos. It was like the aftermath, like the night after. Now, later this day, the winds picked up to over 3 times as fast as he just said. And let's look at this report from CNN, kind of illustrating this.
A wildfire about 70 miles north of Los Angeles has consumed nearly 15,000 acres so far and has forced 1,200 people to evacuate so far. The post-fire began Saturday afternoon, Gorman, California, quickly spreading due to high winds and really dry conditions. So far, CAL FIRE saying it's only 2% contained. CNN's Camila Bernal is live from the area of Lebec, California, where you can see those winds whipping right now.
Hey, Sarah. Yeah, it really has not died down. You know, the National Weather Service predicted winds or gusts from 60 to 70 miles an hour. And it's likely what we're experiencing right now. You know, I don't have a wind gauge, but you can see
yeah, you can see the wind.
Not just us, but also the fire
Some very
and the
fancy
embers.
goggles.
And that's really the concern here, because the wind gusts can pick up those embers and fly them really across highways, across streets, and directly into people's homes sometimes. You know, that's why they already have.
You can see all these, like, spots over here where the fires are, and this is what happens with the wind. You have, you know, dry grass, bushes, things everywhere. Wind picks up embers that are heavy enough to not go out in the wind. They land somewhere that's nice and dry, and suddenly another fire pops the fuck up. And so yeah, the situation has just continued to get worse. Actually, I'll let her talk a little bit more.
Those 1,200 people under evacuation
What's up
orders.
with all the eyes
There are
in
many
chat?
others.
Are you looking? Am I missing something right now? Do you have 40 likes or something? You have 39 likes. Holy shit. You're really close to getting a 4th emotional support creator before we even go to break. That would be wild.
Under evacuation warnings, and the thing that they've been telling us throughout the day, all day yesterday, was that people needed to be ready because you just never know how quickly these flames could spread. We know that firefighters right now are trying to do everything they can to keep that fire line, to keep the wind from continuing to push the fire, and they've been using air resources. We saw a number of airdrops.
I always give you 1 like. I always give you a free like. I could not forget to do that. That wouldn't be fair. You deserve the like.
Yesterday, just over and over again, because we are near a lake, those resources were available, so that was great for those firefighters who were communicating with the crews on the ground, who were, inside of all of this bush and this terrain, trying to cut some of it out with chainsaws and hand tools. It is 24/7 hour work, but
So one of the problems is that with winds is this high, what was I saying? With the winds is high, the helicopters which they use to drop the chemical fire suppressants on these fires with, it can't fly. It's unsafe. It's just completely unsafe to fly a helicopter above a certain speed of winds, and that essentially meets the threshold, right? It's right on the edge of being just incredibly dangerous. So yeah, fires aren't just the only thing causing danger, it's also the winds that are adding to that danger, and also other related activities in this moment. So it's really not helping the containment of this fire, which is rapidly getting out of control. Let's just look at this video to kind of wrap up this particular fire before we move on to another fire in California.
Right now, firefighters are making some good progress on the post fire burning in LA and Ventura counties. It is holding at about 15,600 acres, and containment has now jumped to 20%. NBC4's Macy Jenkins joins us live from the command post in Castaic with more. Macy.
Hi, Kathy. Well, tonight, firefighters are focused on increasing that containment along the 5 corridor, but they have to keep up with the strong winds that are pushing the flames deeper into more remote areas.
A Saturday afternoon motorcycle ride for Gordon Grant and his wife was cut short by flames up ahead on Gorman Road.
We saw a little puff of smoke up there in Gorman ahead of us, quarter mile.
And when they turned under an overpass of the 5 freeway,
right there at the base of the off-ramp, there was about a 20-foot diameter circle of fire. And the wind was blowing about 50.
That's when he took this cell phone video roughly 15 minutes after LA County Fire Department says the fire began.
That's bigger than 50 feet.
What were you thinking?
That's way bigger than 50 feet.
I think I better move.
Yeah, no
Firefighters
shit.
quickly evacuated about 1,200 people celebrating a sunny Father's Day weekend at Hungry Valley State Park. By midnight Sunday, the fire had grown from 500 to 10,000 acres. And by Monday evening, it had jumped to more than 15,000 acres.
There's a lot of undergrowth and a lot of fuel that have accumulated in the last 2 years. LA County hasn't experienced a fire to this magnitude in the last 2 years.
More than 1,100 fire personnel from across the state have joined the coordinated firefight. Kanachi Haskett with LA County Fire says they're relieved the area is not very residential.
It's good in the sense that we don't have to evacuate homes and communities and families and displace them from their homes. That's a relief, and that's always something that we're cognizant of.
Aside from the wind.
And the fact is the planes aren't as effective. Or like, they can't go as fast as as the helicopters in terms of like picking up stuff, right? Because landing a plane and all that takes a lot longer than like a helicopter. You know, and they also do all sorts of stuff. Like oftentimes these helicopters will just grab water out of people's pools. You can't do that in a plane. Can't do that unless you're nope, no, I don't even think, yeah, I don't think you can do it. I'm no pilot, but I'm pretty sure that's too precision of a move. What am I talking about? I pilot a space station. I'm well equipped to answer this question.
I don't want reality.
Okay, let's go on a little bit further south from LA down to the Bay Area, where evacuation orders have been issued as a different fire called the Point Fire, which is in Sonoma County, has now surpassed over 1,000 acres.
Right now at 11, thousands of acres of California on fire tonight. We are tracking multiple active fires from northern to southern California. One of the most challenging firefights going on in the North Bay, where there's a...
Whoa. I think I need to look this up. I think something may have changed since I last checked. Or since I was making this, because they changed the title of this to something very alarming. Sorry, hold on. I have to go onto my phone and search this. Because it'll be easier for me to deal with it this way. Oh my god. Alright, here's the original title. Evacuation orders issued as Point Fire in Sonoma County passes 1,000 acres. New title. Evacuations ordered for Point Fire. Full stop. This is from NBC Bay Area. Okay, hold on. This sounds pretty serious. I'm not seeing any developments, but I'm also trying to multitask right now. God damn you. Either way, it seems like they're trying to say something with the title. Maybe I'm reading into it a bit much, but
recent and tragic history of devastating wildfires. The Point Fire in Sonoma County broke out just this afternoon, growing to more than 1,000 acres over the last few hours, standing at just 15% contained. CAL FIRE says structures have been destroyed and evacuation orders are in place. So are evacuation warnings. A spare the air alert now in effect for a growing part of the Bay Area. NBC Bay Area's Tom Jensen live in Healdsburg, where many are evacuating as strong winds push the flames towards more populated areas. Tom.
Terry, yeah, a lot of people evacuating to Healdsburg here, filling up some of the hotels. I just talked to a guy in the parking lot here, in the Safeway parking lot, who came up to us and was asking us if the fire was moving towards Healdsburg, where he lives, and he was concerned because of that history here in the North Bay with these fires moving into populated areas so fast in the night with the night winds. And you can't really see the winds right here where we are, but they're a lot heavier closer to where the fire is. And this fire did grow quickly. We started tracking just after 12:30, about 100 acres, then 500 acres, and now tonight more than 1,000 acres. And they're trying to stop this before
just in a few
it really
hours.
Does burn out of control.
A little bit
once again here in the North Bay. Hundreds of firefighters from across the region are now attacking the Point Fire outside Healdsburg, some from the air and a lot more from the ground.
Hopefully, with all of our resources that we have right now, air and ground, hopefully we're able to contain this fire sooner rather than later.
Engine crews are working around houses in the evacuation zones and have saved hundreds of structures already. But the Point Fire claimed 2 homes and many more are still threatened.
Woof. California on fire. Literally. Now, here's the thing. We're on 39 likes, but my stream software is already glitching out because we're like 2.5 hours in and I haven't even taken a break. But because we're so close, don't tell anybody. But I'm going to give you a free support character. This is 7. Who is 7? Wow, haven't we gotten Archer already? Look at these 3 guys all right next to each other. Oh my god. I'm amused. I'm sorry, the dice is rigged. We got really close. Che Guevara was right next to the Pink Panther. I think the Pink Panther is 17. Apparently 17. There's no 17 on this dice. Nope. Oh, nope, there it is. Give you buddy Joshua on a raptor.
The operator of a horse riding ranch above Lake Sonoma called off planned rides today when the fire started just after 12:30 in the afternoon. She's hoping it continues to move away from her property.
As it stands, we're not in the evacuation.
Maybe I'll start using some different D20s. This one doesn't seem to be rolling any 17s or 20s. So nobody Jesus on raptors. No, we haven't seen a number of characters actually. But we've been going through them pretty quickly. However, Pink Panther staying on brand, hiding very effectively.
Zone because the fire's going the opposite direction, but if they do evacuate us, then we'll be ready to go.
Tonight, she's concerned about friends and neighbors in the dry.
Yeah, I would also be concerned about friends and neighbors. And myself. Oh, God. Yeah, bingo roller. I mean, the D20 is the way to go. It's too much. It's too much. Okay. Okay, now I forgot. I put this in the wrong order if I were to go north to south like I like to do. But, we gotta go back north because there is another wildfire. Yes, a third wildfire in California, which is threatening a part of Northern California, which is outside of Sacramento in Calaveras County. Oh, wait, actually...
Right now at 11,
sorry, no, hold on.
Firefighters on the front lines battling the point fire.
I forgot, we have more to look at with this point fire.
In the North Bay, that fire exploding to more than 1,000 acres in less than 24 hours. We're live as crews are working to save homes from those flames. And a good morning to you. Thanks for joining us for our midday newscast. I'm Marcus Washington. Well, let's talk about it. We have team coverage. Meteorologist Carrie Hall. She is tracking the weather for us. But first, we want to start with NBC Bay Area's Bob Riddell. He's over at the Cal Fire Sonoma Air Attack Base. This is where those fire crews are launching planes as well as helicopters. So, Bob, break down what's happening now.
Well, Marcus, this air attack began early this morning and it continues at this very hour. As you can see, another air tanker just behind this bush is going to pull up here to, we believe, reload with fire retardant and then take back off to the fire. But this gives you a sense of the urgency, the fact that they have this air attack starting early in this morning because they don't want this fire to grow any larger. This was the scene about an hour ago here again at the Sonoma Air Attack Base run by Cal Fire.
Yeah, hold on, we don't have to watch all of these.
Just north of this.
And in fact, this one, the point fire, according to this video from 11 hours ago, is now up to 40% contained, which is, I suppose, better than 0, mathematically speaking.
Well, we just got an update on the point fire in Sonoma County. Officials saying that it is now 40% contained. Now, it has burned a little more than 1,200 acres.
Carrie Hall has been watching the conditions in the area and air quality as well, while our Ginger Conejero Saab is live from Cal Fire Air Attack Base in Santa Rosa. The threat's certainly not over, Ginger.
No, it's not yet over. Fire crews will work until this fire, the point fire, is 100% contained. But we did receive some good news. I just spoke with a spokesperson of CAL FIRE for CAL FIRE minutes ago who says they made good progress. The fire is now 40% contained and remains at just over 1,200 acres. Favorable weather conditions overnight helped crews make progress on this fire. The winds were not as strong as they were the day the fire started, and there were lower temperatures and higher humidity levels, as I'm sure Carrie will go into more.
Yeah, we don't need Carrie to go into it more, but thankfully they're making progress on it. However, if conditions change, as we've talked about before, if it's not 100% contained, a fire can start right back up. And so, I do wish them, what's the phrase? Godspeed. To everybody working, give them give the firefighters VTOLs. What do you want them to do? Want them to shoot the fire with space lasers? Although I do like the sentiment. Maybe it'll work. Now let's talk about the one in Calaveras County, which apparently one of our viewers can see outside their house. I can't see whose name that is. Oh, Donald James X. Oh my god. Galactic patron is in peril. Yeah, that's a lot of smoke.
Needed the structure right below the shop. You can be there shortly. So I'll get one engineer.
Woof. That does not look very contained right now. And this is the only story I have on this particular fire. But what was that, number 3 or 4? 4. That was the 4th one already. That was fire number 4. I forgot we had that first one where those 2 structures were burnt down in that field. But we're not done with California, as we're going to stay in Northern California. I believe this is a different fire. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is somehow a separate fire, also in Northern California. So let's look at this one, which is already at 10,000 acres burning. When was this from? 6 hours ago? Number 5.
It's not just Sonoma County seeing that impact from the fire. This morning, firefighters scrambling to slow down those flames. Multiple spots across Northern California.
Yeah, Badass. No, I got what you meant about the VTOLs, but it was more fun for me to imagine it in sort of a Call of Duty way, like a, sort of like a Trumpian way, where you blast the fire out of the sky or off of the earth. I don't know exactly how blasting a fire works, but that's what I was imagining.
That also includes Volusia County. Now, this is a time-lapse video of that fire that's burning northeast of Clear Lake. The Napa County Sheriff's Office actually warning that the heavy smoke is making a big push into Napa. And fire first started yesterday. It has burned 10,000 acres and is burning out of control right now.
Yeah, so oh, Yes, that's right. We were talking about the fires in North California, as well as Southern California, and sort of Central California. All the places. All 5 fires that were at least newsworthy, that I saw while doing research of this video today. That just took forever. Holy shit. And honestly, I don't think any of the numbers were over 40% contained, which is not great. Wait, no, the first one. The first one was more, I think. Wasn't it? I think it was. But that was not the post fire, just the one sort of rogue fire that was in where was it again? Lancaster. Didn't even have a name. Okay. You know what? I think I need to take a break because it's like 2.5 hours in. We got more to talk about though with the environment, so well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps me out. If you'd like to help out even more, well, you got a great option. You could become a Galactic patron, where space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy await you. Things like adding sweet gifts and pics to scenes like this, as well as shoutouts at the end of each stream. And hey, you can also say that you help support this super sweet Galactic News Network. What else was I gonna say? That's right, I also stream on Twitch, so if for whatever reason Patreon's not your thing and sweet space benefits don't sound super cool to you, well, fine. You could also get Twitch benefits by subscribing, like the 29 emotes that are available to Twitch subscribers, which I spent a great deal of time on and painstaking effort to provide all of you galactic beings out there with. Anyway, that's the end of my capitalist spiel. I hope you make the right decision. Well, galactic intermission incoming, so grab yourself a snack, and I'll be right back.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Help! I'm being refreshed! I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Consequences.
Twitch has cooler emotes. Well, YouTube could have cooler emotes if I was monetized. It could have all sorts of emotes. But you're right. Twitch does have more emotes. It's one of the only things going for it. And the fact that they're the only ones willing to monetize me right now, aside from Patreon. Okay. Change the title of the stream. I'm trying to do this more. Okay. Back to the environmental news. Done with the fires. Now, actually, wait. I almost forgot. Oh god, how did I forget these? Okay, well, I thought we were done with the fires, but somehow we're not done with the fires. It was because there was 5 fires in fucking California. Okay, 2 more fires in the Southwest. Not in California. One in Arizona, the other in New Mexico. First, let's look at this, which is being deemed a mulch fire, which I assume it's some sort of mulch factory or something like that, but this was burning for hours, which we are not going to watch the whole video of. I certainly didn't have patience for it, but it appeared to be at least, what's the word? Relegated to this particular spot. But yeah, I mean, mulch is very, very, very combustible, and it's incredibly hot right now in Arizona, so this sort of thing is not exactly shocking to me that this is happening right now, but it is a continuation of a very concerning trend that we've been looking at, that being the entire West Coast just being like on fire. Okay, now let's go on to this. This is in New Mexico, where residents were forced to flee. Apparently it's in Ruidoso? Is that how you say that?
Everybody doesn't have the means to pick up and start all over again tomorrow, you know. It's kind of scary and really sad.
It's going to take a lot to get everything back, but, you know, as long as lives are saved and, you know, homes are always replaceable.
So yeah, I don't know exactly how many structures were burned down in this fire. It seems to still be ongoing to some degree, but yeah, we're probably going to be looking at this again later this week, because I just didn't see any more footage of this fire. But the fact that these many people were evacuated, they're talking about having to rebuild. Yeah, either way, now we're done with fires. For now. Let's move on to the insane heat wave that is striking the rest of America, seemingly all of it, from California to New York. I guess we'll start here. We already covered the West Coast pretty good on how hot it is there.
So hot right now.
Let's go to Detroit first, where they are bracing for a record-breaking heat wave for Detroit in very north of our country. Detroit braces for what could be its worst heat wave in a decade. Temperatures are set to soar into the mid to upper 90s for 5 days straight. Temperatures,
welcome the heat.
That high.
It really has an impact on my daily routine in a negative way. It gives me opportunity to get out and do some things in the yard and around the house. And also visit this lovely park.
I'm enjoying it. I like the heat. I just wish I had a pool to enjoy the heat more, but we decided to come down to Belle Isle where it's nice and cool.
Well, if I'm thinking about like climate change, it's a little concerning.
Yeah, hey.
But
I like this girl, or with this woman here. This is fantastic. She's the only one thinking sensibly out of everybody. Oh, God. Oh. Everybody else is like, oh, it's nice. It's really warm right now. No. Climate bad. This is not good. Have you heard of coral before? That's where everybody's head should be at. Also, she's thinking smart with the hat, which is giving her UV protection, which you're gonna want in this heat wave. Gonna want that. All right, now let's just move on to this next one, just discussing workers in the Midwest more generally and how they're coping with the extreme heat. Sometimes we have fans in here, but today we didn't bring them. We need to bear the heat all day. That sounds horrible. Especially in front of a fucking grill. I don't really like the hot,
so this is going to be very painful for me. I just try drinking the most cold water that I can.
Oh, God, no kidding. Shit, I got something in my eye right now. What the fuck?
Keep going down. Here. Here we go. Look at this.
I love how that dude is just like, fuck it. I'm sitting on the boxes. I don't care, dude. I don't care what's in here. Oh, God. Yeah, being inside of that truck looked like standing in an oven, as well as some other sort of shitty places I can think of. I think somebody mentioned hell earlier. Now let's go to this from a day ago in New York City as it prepares for days of extreme heat. By the way, we looked at it's all of New York that's getting hit too, because we looked at a story earlier this week saying that Buffalo school districts were going to take short days all week. It's literally everywhere.
New York activating its heat emergency plan for the first time this year.
Yeah, that means opening cooling centers and offering additional resources for people experiencing homelessness. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett was there as Mayor Eric Adams made the announcement just a short time ago. Joyce is now live from downtown Brooklyn. NJ.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Outside the mayor's office of emergency management here in downtown Berlin, where the mayor is trying to get out ahead of all of this, putting the potential for extreme heat on the front burner, so to speak, while he can do that. So, yes, people should start preparing for it now, while the temperatures are in the high 70s and into the 80s. The sun is going to be, as Brittany said, relentless this week, Dave, with no relief.
White people have already moved as far north as possible, so the only choice is to build vaults. Is that what you're saying right now?
In sight. City emergency management
Oh,
officials
God, that's too
are
close
urging
to
New
the
Yorkers
truth.
to make plans to stay out of the heat beginning tomorrow, or at least avoid it if you can. And that's when New York's vast network of cooling centers will open across the city. The number of options has been expanded since last year, and they'll be open at least through Thursday. So the traditional advice still is the best advice. It holds. Avoid outdoor activities and daylight hours if you can. Be sure to stay hydrated and check up.
We have ruined the earth, okay? This shouldn't be happening already. These sorts of warnings shouldn't be happening in New York City in June. We're fucked.
That's hot.
Yeah, it's not even summer yet. Summer doesn't start for another full day. The 20th. 20th is when summer starts. The beginning. You know, like the... Oh, god damn. Okay. Let's look on to something more... cheery, I guess. It's from a day ago where great white shark sightings have increased along Canada's east coast. See what I mean? That's cheery.
A heat wave is defined by three things.
No, we're skipping this.
One, how intense the...
You know what a heat wave is. Thank you, sir.
There's a healthy great white shark population off Nova Scotia's coast, thanks to successful conservation efforts.
What we have up here in Canada is increasing reports of sightings of them by people who spent a lot of time on the water.
But he says that isn't necessarily a cause for panic. According to lifeguard in training Hannah Lewis, these prehistoric fish have always been around. We're just becoming more aware of them.
We're not invading, but we're like sharing their space. So, I mean, they were definitely there first. So we need to respect that a little bit too.
For Lewis, the key to shark safety isn't avoiding the water, but swimming or surfing with a buddy.
There's like moments when I'm surfing with fewer people or on foggy days where it's definitely on my mind a little bit more. It's kind of like a sharky feeling.
Working with the Life Saving Society of Nova Scotia, Wariski plans to adopt the technique used in Cape Cod and post signs at about a dozen beaches.
Yeah. I mean, it's cheery if you're a shark. Also, if you're an environmentalist. Not so much for people who want to have fun in the water necessarily, but it's good, right? It's technically more cheery. And also, with all the footage of water, it makes you feel cooler. And with all this talk about heat, I do feel better after watching that somehow. Maybe this will help cool things off. This is from 15 hours ago, coming out of CBS, Texas, where the first tropical storm warning of 2024 season has been issued. If somehow you're unaware, we are now officially 2.5 weeks into hurricane season, so here's our first storm.
You know, whenever we see this type of thing developing, we know that there's always a run to the grocery store to get the water, the milk, all of this necessities. So if you live along the Texas Gulf or have family or friends there, a heads up, we are in hurricane season, and there has now been an issue of a tropical watch for portions of the Texas coast and even Mexico. That watch applies to the Texas coast from Port O'Connor south to the mouth of the Rio Grande. And then the government of Mexico has issued its own tropical storm watch for the northeastern coast of Mexico, all the way south of the mouth.
Take it back. The first storms. 1 and 2 simultaneously, although 30% is much lower than 70.
Of the Rio Grande down to Boca de Raton. So certainly something we're watching. Again, and just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. But I mean, Scott, these are some impressive rain totals that this area could be seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have an update on some of that information you're just able to share there, Madison. Some of those have been updated to tropical storm warnings. More on that in a second. We're going to show you the tropical satellite and radar potential tropical cyclone #1 right now, southwest sides of the Gulf of Mexico.
And the fact is this all this warm water is definitely going to keep feeding these storms here and killing coral simultaneously, although I'm not going to talk about coral today. I promise. Promise. Because there's none left. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. There's still some coral left, but it's not good. Okay. Where am I? Sharks, hurricanes. Okay, now let's go even further south to Ecuador, where at least 8 people have died after a landslide hit the country after what I believe was a lot of rain. Usually go hand in hand. We've seen a bunch of these recently. Just massive landslides. This appears to be like half a hillside that just completely... I mean, that's almost a mountain. I've lost my son, my oldest son. These guys still got a tube TV over here. Didn't realize any of those were still running. Oh god, what's happening to my mouse? Oh god. And my software's freezing. We are 3 hours in. This. Why does this have to happen every time? Why can't we just get along, you and me? Huh, OBS? Just be friends. I just wanna be friends with you. Because I need you. Oh, you bastard. Well, that's not good. Just completely froze. No idea why it's decided to do that. Alright, I guess we'll just move on without me. Oh god. What is happening? Oh no. Why is this? Oh, that's bad. My trackpad has decided to go on strike. Both of my mice are acting wild right now. It's a trackpad. It's like it's a surface where you put your fingers on it. Yeah, it's like it's like a laptop. It's like on your laptop. Oh my god, what in the fuck is going on? Something very fucked up is happening. Not sure what. Oh my god. Imagine carrying the couch down the mountain. Yeah, that does sound frustrating. I mean, we just watched somebody move a credenza through a hole in the wall. I'm assuming that hole wasn't there before. That's my guess. You're gonna regret eating this whole personal pizza that you made. I'm gonna regret throwing my computer across the room if it doesn't start working properly. Alright, I'm not gonna actually do that. I have more sense than that. But wow, this is annoying. And I have no idea what is causing this. I've never seen this happen. Never. Like, I've seen some weird shit happen while I'm streaming. That I can say 100% that's true. This has happened. And yet, never anything like this. Where I can't even click. I can't even click. This is wild. It's fun. It's like seeing the exact opposite of the best of what my computer can do. This is the worst that it can do. Wow. Let's see, can I just press this? No? No. That's not doing anything. Well, I guess let's try this. Well, that's disturbing. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. If this works, I'm gonna be so shocked, but... Let's see if that fixes anything. Nope. Nothing that I can see. Oh my god. Wait, that's a change. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Is it working? Oh, it's working. It's working. I have no idea what just changed. But fine. If you want to finally work, I'm fine with that. I can live with that. Alright, just go on to this. Discussing the United Kingdom's climate change policy.
The difference a few years makes. Just 3 years ago, we were hosting the most important climate summit since the historic Paris Agreement of 2015.
We are digging our own graves.
Yet in this election, you'd be forgiven for thinking some climate change has all but gone away. And yet we've just marked the 12th hottest month in a row. Europe saw its biggest ever wildfires last year. And in 2022, we breached 40 degrees for the first time in the UK.
These are the central issues of our species' history at this point in time.
This is about as urgent as it gets. And the urgency, I'm afraid, gets worse after this.
Our political leaders and politicians more generally simply don't appreciate how much climate change is going to affect voters over the next 5 years.
So why isn't all of this even more prominent in the campaign? The 2020s have been described as the critical decade, and whichever party wins the election, they're going to have to map out our commitments both to nature and to the climate. Leaving it all to 2029, the next election, far too late. We stole a march on decarbonising our economy. UK greenhouse gas emissions down 52% since 1990.
Which
We
is
were the
really
first
good,
to enshrine net zero
honestly.
in law.
The United
Renewable
States
energy
can't
now
say that.
accounts for almost half of electricity production. But experts say we've got to go bigger and faster to get emissions down
Yes, and experts are
68%
right.
by 2030 to keep within 1.5 degrees.
So far, we've done about half the job. So half the job from where we were in 1990 to where we need to be in 2050. Now that sounds pretty good, but the next stage of this is the harder stage.
And the concern is from the climate science community that our political leaders are really not taking this seriously, and that unless they do so, frankly, the future for all of us is really rather bleak.
An honest conversation between the public and politicians would accept that there is no choice as to whether or not we're going to face costs related to the environment.
Now, hold on. Let's move this forward a little bit as they interviewed some different politicians here on Channel 4, asking them about their climate policies and goals. Start here.
Alex Thompson reporting. Well, the Environment Minister Rebecca Powell is with me now. Thanks very much for joining us. On a day you've come here to make the case for the Conservatives on the environment, you see your leader standing on a gas platform, with many people arguing that he's rowing even further back in terms of his language on the environment, attacking Labour's plans, saying they're extreme, putting on...
Sorry, she's not a candidate. She's a Tory. She's the Tory climate minister. Got that one wrong. That's my bad.
Necessary demands of green ideology ahead of the needs of British families. It's not ideology, it's science, isn't it?
Yes, it is science, and we've heard in that report about the urgency of tackling the climate crisis and the nature crisis. They're completely and inextricably interlinked, and this is what I spent my whole time in Parliament working on, and our government takes that really, really seriously. And it was us that actually legislated for net zero by 2050, and we...
You know what I found interesting is that there's definitely a difference in tone between the Conservatives of the UK and the Tories versus the Conservatives in the United States, the Republicans. Because, I mean, at least this woman is willing to admit that there's a problem, right? Is she willing to do the right things? Well, we're going to get into that here. But the fact is if you ask people like Lauren Boebert or MTG or some of these other people back in the United States the same question, they say, the what? They say...
Climate and everything are the same word.
Got the raft of measures in place to transition us to the renewable energy regime. And on the other side, we legislated to halt the decline of nature by 2030.
Much more slowly.
No, absolutely. I was about to say that, Stefan. 2050 is hilarious propaganda because, according to the UN Climate Agency, we got till 2030 to actually stop this from happening and to make drastic changes, right? 2050 is the year that, hopefully, if we cut down our methane emissions by drastic amounts, we'll see real benefits to these things, right? Keep talking about methane, but the fact is it's the most what's the word, deleterious to our environment, but it leaves the environment the fastest. So if we can stop it, the benefits of that will be seen much quicker. And so she wants to drill for methane and oil and gas because of affordability of energy in the UK, which is the wrong answer. It's the wrong answer to these things. We need less drilling, and the fact is methane drilling, as we all probably know, has some real problems with it. Not just with the process of the drilling, but the fact that there's a lot of leaks. Wait, why did I just randomly hear break now? That was weird. Something happened on Twitch? Doesn't look like it. Have I hydrated yet? Did you ask me to hydrate? I missed the hydrate. I missed the hydrate. I see that. I see that. Did you? Okay, hold on. Actually, I need another drink. Hold on. By the way, for those of you using Twitch, I finished the emote uploads today, as well as updated all of the alerts for things like gifting subs, for new follows, new subscriptions, bit donates, all those fun things. They should all have fun gifs and sounds with them. Okay, hydrated. Thank you very much. Gotta remember to hydrate. Very important. Humans need to be hydrated. Alright, now let's move away from the UK here. And look at a slightly, what do you call it? Positive video from 10 hours ago. This is from Euronews, and they discussed how in Belgium they are harnessing nature to prevent deadly floods.
In case of a storm surge, Antwerp would be underwater.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
The last few months have been a stark reminder of the power of flooding and the havoc it can cause. But could nature provide an answer to our problems? That's exactly why we've come to the River Scheldt in Belgium to find out about a different approach to coastal defence. Long on the flooding front line, Flanders doesn't just have to contend with heavy rainfall. Storm surge also poses a deadly risk. How you doing? Today, Elias is showing me why nature is increasingly seen as the solution.
When there is a high tide, in combination with a storm on the sea, and if the wind is blowing from the northwest,
You can hear
that's
him.
actually pushing the water into the estuary. So we need protection.
What would happen if it wasn't here?
It was just the river without any human interference. Large parts of the area, actually quite large parts of Flanders, would come underwater. Without any protection, the damage would be enormous.
I'm seeing a lot of Vergonia flags in the Twitch chat. So many Vergonia flags. I hear the MR is going to do a vote on Vergonia flags. Is it tomorrow? If you're at the majority report, remember to vote for my Vergonia flag, which has been submitted directly to the majority report via email, as well as their Discord, although I don't think they're checking the Discord for flags.
Flood control areas like this one help protect Antwerp and the wider Scheldt Valley from being overwhelmed during a storm surge. Designed to act as a buffer, they capture excess water and slowly release it back into the river. But flood protection isn't the only benefit.
These tidal marshes are very important for nature, but not only for the habitat and the wildlife itself, but also their regulation functions. They are very important for the nutrient balance, and these marshes also has a function for carbon sequestration and storage.
This nature-based solution is just one example of how the changing climate is forcing us to rethink flood protection. From the north of Belgium to Brussels, we're here to check out Green Week, where all the talk is about water.
Where do you vote? I have no idea. I have no idea how they're planning on setting it up. No clue. I could guess, but okay, I'll guess. My guess is Discord.
Focus this year was on how to make Europe more water resilient. Let's jump in and join the conversation. Experts think nature could hold the key.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
We thought that technical solutions would solve everything, but we now see that it doesn't work, especially now the climate is changing. Nature-based solutions can help us. For example, keeping water on the roof, keeping water in your gardens, and then on the large scale, we have to give space to rivers. We have to keep the water in the soil.
So working with nature then, not against it.
This is smart engineering, right? Because the fact is rivers are often more meandering than we allow for them to be. We build them to some degree, right? Or we will change the way that they're formed. In some cases, it's better to just let them do their natural thing to some degree and then build up around what's there naturally, right? Rather than to try to be the lords of our domain, forcing nature to do things. I mean, sometimes it works, but the fact is, when it comes to things like floods, it's better to just come up with these sorts of inventive strategies to mitigate them. I do like some of these plans that they're doing here. We've also seen some of this in China. They're doing it, calling them sponge cities, where they're surrounding areas that are already populated with natural things that would soak up floodwaters. Okay, now let's go to Greece here. Where they have issued extreme heat and weather warnings. So yeah, not just America. The rest of the world's still hot too.
And we're going to stay with the elements because in Greece, residents and tourists have been warned to prepare for extreme weather conditions as parts of the Mediterranean experience severe heat waves, bringing on record temperatures. Aruna Iyengar has more.
Many visitors to Greece come for this, remote, unspoiled beaches. But Greek officials say some holidaymakers aren't prepared for high temperatures, particularly if they go walking in the sun.
More off-road, less populated areas. We prefer this than busy beaches that are too easily accessed.
It's dangerous to walk in the sun, but we are young, so we keep ourselves safe with water and sunscreen.
This latest Greek heatwave has been deadly. An American tourist was reportedly found dead on Mathraki Island on Sunday, and a Dutch holidaymaker was found dead on Samos over the weekend.
Jeez.
This followed the recent death of British TV presenter Dr. Michael Mosley on the island of Symi.
Europeans are just going to Greece to die, apparently, for fuck's sake. Wow. Okay. Gotta keep moving. Somehow we're 3 hours in. Why am I doing such long streams lately? It's because there's been so much goddamn stuff happening, that's why. Going through the same amount of sources as usual. It's just too much to cover. Okay. Let's move on to this, where heat strokes were occurring at Hajj 2024, where Muslims went to perform their pilgrimages. So yeah, this is in Saudi Arabia.
More than 2,760 pilgrims suffered from heat stroke due to intense heat. Tragically, 14 Jordanian pilgrims lost their lives during the first day of stoning. Medical teams and security forces were on site to provide immediate care and support for those affected by the heat. Most of Hajj rituals take place outdoor and require walking considerable distance between the sites. To manage the intense heat, Saudi authorities have implemented various safety measures, including cooling stations, medical tents, and hydration points. Pilgrims are advised to stay hydrated and seek shade whenever.
Look at this getup this guy's got. That's an interesting solution. I like that. It's like an umbrella for your head. Makes me think of who used to wear those. I'm trying to think. Like Bill Murray. That's what it makes me think of. Although he had a much more colorful one. Okay, yeah, so people in Saudi Arabia, multiple people have died from heat while on pilgrimage to, I guess that's Mecca? At least I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Confused me because they called it Mina, but I think that must be the actual city that it's in. Now let's go to this, moving to Southeast Asia. This is in Thailand, where Thailand has been trying to solve its pollution problem, but their seasonal plant burnings continue to cause serious problems for people, respiratory issues.
From February to April of every year, villagers set controlled burns that will clear the fields for planting. It's known as haze season. The fires send up plumes of smoke that make northern Thailand one of the most polluted places in the world.
The problem is, in this mountainous terrain, you cannot basically use harvesting machines. Harvesting machines which will basically stop maize from being burnt. But because harvesting machines won't work on that terrain, they're basically forced to burn the maize.
The Pacanyo tribe say they get blamed by other residents for the bad air.
Other people are concerned that we are destroying the forest. We have lived here for generations. We are the cause of the damage. The forest
At nearby
would be
Chiang
gone.
Mai
I'm not sure what that
University,
means.
an app has been developed to try to control burning. People register their planned fires through the app. It uses weather and satellite data to predict if conditions are good to move pollutants away from the area.
Having FireD's documents help me know who requested to burn their land on which day and how to manage the fire during burning.
But the app has limitations. Thailand has tried before to regulate burning, which is a threat to tourism in the region.
Tourists are already thinking about air pollution. Some of them are canceling plans. It certainly would hurt one of Thailand's cash cows, tourism. And I think.
Oh, God. Not capitalism. Okay. We have more stuff that happened in Southeast Asia. First, let's look to Singapore. We talked about this earlier in the week. Cleanup operations are now underway at the oil spill that happened, I think it was on Monday. No, so I think it might have actually been Sunday. And actually, I noticed during this video that they're using a technology that we talked about earlier, which is really interesting and is apparently very effective. Not that I'm saying we should go spilling oil all the time. I'm really not a fan of what we're looking at here. But where was it in the video? I'm trying to find it. Because like you could see them using those like essentially big ass socks filled with hair, like human and pet hair, to soak up the oil, which, yeah, you can see them, right? Yeah. So they're just these, you know, like big stockings filled with stuff that soaks up oil, which is much better than using the chemicals, which they at one point were using, which, as it turns out, were like basically like those forever chemicals that stay in our bodies forever and destroy our environments and the like the organisms that live in it. What a beautiful oily beach, right? I know, so nice. Alright, now away from Singapore. Oh, and by the way, what had happened was the cause of this oil spill has been determined because a boat had slammed into a supply ship that was just full of oil. It was just a massive tanker full of oil. It just got slammed. So it's an unknown amount of oil that went into there so far, but a lot. Now, let's look at this one from China here, because at least 9 people have died after heavy rains and landslides swept southeastern China just a day ago. Torrential rain and landslides have battered southern and eastern China. River water levels are meters higher than considered dangerous. Meters higher, that's not great. Thousands of people have been evacuated, with hundreds left homeless. Apparently 1.6 billion yuan, or 225 million US dollars, have already been incurred as economic losses. State media reported that Meizhou City in Guangdong was hit hardest by the floods. More than 130,000 households in Meizhou are without power. Southern China has been battered with record-breaking rainfall since April. Yeesh. Okay. Now let's go on to some space news here. First, let's talk about SpaceX, as we often do. And in particular, let's discuss a current lawsuit that is being filed against SpaceX and Elon Musk. Let's listen to this, where CNN had one of the people, the former employees of SpaceX, who is suing on for an interview.
Elon Musk is running a, quote, animal house. The SpaceX founder and his company being sued by 8 former employees who allege that they were illegally fired for raising concerns about gender discrimination and about sexual harassment. They were fired back in 2022 after their open letter criticizing Musk and urging the company to make some cultural changes. This lawsuit alleges that Musk trumpets himself as, quote, the leader to a brave new world of space travel, but runs his company in the dark ages, treating women as sexual objects to be evaluated on their bra size, bombarding the workplace with lewd sexual banter, and offering...
That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Okay. It's clearly an obvious workplace sexual harassment suit waiting to fucking happen. But of course, Elon Musk, being the world's douchiest man, is of course responsible for this sort of activity.
Bra size, bombarding the workplace with lewd sexual banter, and offering the reprise to those who challenge the animal house environment that if they don't like it, they can seek employment elsewhere. SpaceX did not immediately respond to a request for comment on this lawsuit. Paige Holland-Thielen is one of the plaintiffs in this case, and she joins me now. Paige, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I do want to go through each of these allegations one by one because they are frankly extraordinary. One is that people are evaluated on bra size. What's happening? Can you elaborate?
There was a very popular tweet from a little while ago where Elon claimed that he was starting a university with what he considered humorous acronym, and I won't go into what that is, but that got very popular and got repeated all over the workplace. And one of the follow-up tweets was that D's get degrees, which was a joke about breast size due to the acronym of the fake college. So things like that were widely shared on all internal chat channels and talked about in meetings and used as fodder in professional environments.
Now, she's being a professional right now, and I'm not going to be a professional. This is what Elon Musk it called his new university, the Texas Institute of Technology and Science. The Texas Institute of Technology and Science. Just do the acronym there, and you'll have your answer on how inappropriate it is.
And that's just one of many, many instances like that.
I mean, you also talk about lewd sexual banter. Did that play off of a similar theme as well? What kind of things would Musk say?
Most of the interactions that I'm familiar with from Elon Musk himself are just, his widely shared Twitter feed, which is written into the employee handbook as a source of SpaceX approved news. We're encouraged,
So, on a source of SpaceX approved news, Elon Musk's Twitter account, which I find hilarious that he's just that narcissistic that he's got to put it into an employee handbook. I think that employee handbook is going to hang him, because that essentially is telling your employees to go to this feed and then presenting them with that kind of garbage. This dude is a joke of a human being. He is not worth more than 140,000 Tesla employees per year. This guy is worth negative 140,000 times as much as, I don't know. I'm sure he does. He basically does nothing aside from smugly smirk and make rocket ships.
Orientation to follow him on Twitter.
Really?
Tweets were shared. Yes.
And apparently, while making those rocket ships, he's discriminating at the workplace.
SpaceX will retweet Elon Musk's Twitter, and he will retweet them, and so it becomes impossible to separate his personal nonsense from the actual day-to-day life.
Now that I thought about it, no, he doesn't make rockets either, because I highly doubt he's ever even turned a bolt on a single rocket ship. So no, he doesn't do that either. What does he make? He makes tweets. He tweets a lot. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna move on from that story. I hope they win. It sounds like they should win. Now let's look at this from 10 hours ago, where a mysterious monolith was seen outside of Las Vegas.
In Lilo and Stitch, aliens make their presence known with a spaceship. But what if in real life the announcement came in the form of an art installation? Yesterday, the Las Vegas Metro Police Department let folks on social media know about the appearance of a mysterious monolith on a trail north of the city. They wrote, "We see a lot of weird things when people go hiking," and asked, how did it get up there?
I've never seen this before. Always looks like a UFO pointing something down.
As you may know, this comes just 2 months after a man discovered another Washington Monument-looking thing in Wales, and he said there were no footsteps around it at all.
What the heck is that?
And in 2020, many similar-looking structures were found across the world, starting with this beauty in the desert of Utah. It was spotted accidentally by wildlife officials while they were counting bighorn sheep from a helicopter.
Even going down there, they were nervous, like, were they going to get teleported to another dimension or something? Upon closer inspection, this is definitely a human-made object.
But could humans have then, in the coming weeks, also dropped off more mystery shapes in Romania, England, California? And
Arrival.
Just kidding, that's from the movie Arrival. But some reports say that year there were around 24 discovered in just a few short weeks.
I guess this is the thing now, right?
Thus, with so many popping up in 2020 and now a few more in 2024, it makes you wonder, A, do aliens just love an election year? Or B, are we all being pranked in an admirably communal worldwide effort? Well, for the internet, the latter just is not as fun. One commenter on the Las Vegas Facebook post writing, quote, "I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens." Now, the only monolith I'm 100% convinced was made by aliens is this one, guys, constructed from gingerbread. I've tried many times to make a gingerbread house, and I've never got it to be 7 feet tall.
No human can do that. That's physically impossible. You need a higher state of intelligence to be able to do something like that. Okay. Enough silliness, I think. Let's move on. Oh, wait, no. One last one. Well, it's not silly, but it's space. One last space news. This is from NBC LA, where the first major lunar standstill will happen since 2006 on Friday. What does that mean? Let's find out.
We've seen a solar eclipse and some unusually vibrant auroras, and now there's another celestial treat on tap for the weekend. It's the first major lunar standstill that hasn't happened since 2006. Now, what does that mean? The moon will rise and set in its most northeasterly and northwesterly points possible. That's going to make it appear in the night sky longer than usual. Now, this only happens once every 18.5 years, and this one happens to coincide with the summer solstice. So summer starts on Thursday. This lunar event is on Friday. Something to look forward to over the weekend.
It's cool. It's cool. For sure. Hey, pause. Pause, pal. Getting way ahead of me. Yeah, so the moon will be in the sky longer than usual, in a way that hasn't happened for almost 20 years. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, now let's look at serious news for a little bit here. Start in Cuba. Just to quickly point this out, as we talked about this earlier, we had mentioned at one point that a Russian nuclear sub and other warships had arrived in Cuba. I think it was like over the weekend, and it has now left. So, there you go. Ship, it's leaving. Nothing to see here. Cool. I gotta move faster. How are we? Almost at 4 hours right now. This is ridiculous. Okay, now let's go to the UK. No, wait, first, actually I guess Scotland is part of the UK. First, Scotland. Where apparently Scottish independence is taking a back seat in the general election. Oops.
Keeping pace with the twists and turns of Scottish politics can be a challenge. Since 2014, independence has generated most of the noise. Support for a yes vote was especially strong in Glasgow and hasn't shifted much across Scotland, even with the SNP losing some momentum.
Polling suggests when it comes to independence, Scotland is still split roughly right down the middle. In previous elections, it used to be a defining issue in how voters would pick which party to vote for. But this time round, things feel a bit different and the pattern could be shifting. We're just asking people if independence is a key issue for you at the election this time round.
Not right now, for me personally.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely a change, because it was also in my head that it was an important issue in Scottish politics, but it seems to have shifted. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Scottish referendum happened around the same time. In fact, I think it happened before Brexit. But perhaps the sort of failure of Brexit has, soured some. I honestly don't know. But there was also some people saying in here that they're more concerned about the sort of the rise of the far right and things like that. Could be a combination of things, but yeah. You love the accent of the Scots. It is definitely it's definitely nice. All right, now let's go on to the rest of the UK, where first I'd like to look at this one, because I found this completely just mind-boggling. This felt like some sort of this genuinely felt like some Twilight Zone shit. I would like to present to you the first AI candidate, who is named Steve. He'll be running for Congress. I mean, not Congress, Parliament, UK Parliament.
How many times have you heard this one? A politician wanting to reinvent politics.
Hi, I'm AI Steve, standing to be MP for Brighton and Hove.
But what happens when the candidate is the actual invention? Meet Steve. That is, AI Steve. An avatar on the ballot, a UK first.
You're actively dangerous. Dangerous? You think the public can't be trusted?
Exactly. It's
It
some
may
Black Mirror
feel
shit.
like something out of that dystopian Black Mirror episode where a comedian uses a
Doesn't just feel like it.
computer-generated avatar to cause electoral chaos. But now it's happening in real life, sort of, with AI Steve running
Why does
as
he
an
look like
independent.
British Mitt Romney?
AI Steve.
That is such a accurate description of what he looks like.
Was Brexit a good idea?
Whoopsies.
Brexit is a complex issue with varied opinions.
He can dodge a question like a real politician, but AI Steve will do exactly what his constituents tell it to do
Even
in
this
Parliament,
AI son of a bitch
according
is
to its creator,
avoiding
Steve
questions.
Endicott.
Policies for the people, by the people.
The human version of Steve says he's an eco-friendly capitalist with a
Oh, good. An eco-friendly capitalist is in charge of an AI candidate. No way that can go wrong. Of course, eco-friendly and capitalist always go hand in hand. Wait, no. No, I'm sorry. Eco-disasters and capitalism always go hand in hand. Sorry, I got my wires crossed. So yeah, seems like a bad plan. Not gonna lie. Having this guy in charge of an AI candidate. Capitalism is not eco-friendly? No kidding. No kidding. But come on. A guy with a haircut and glasses like that, who's big into AI and all of the above, I don't know. Just kidding. It seems garbage. Okay, let's go on. Quickly look at the headlines from the election that's unfolding. The this wrap up from, what is this, Channel 4? Oh, BBC.
Hello and welcome to your election headlines. I'm Rita Chakrabarti. The leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, launched his party's election pledges in Merthyr Tydfil with a promise to cut income tax, allocate an extra £17 billion a year to the health service, cut fuel and stamp duty and freeze all non-essential immigration.
Our aim and our ambition is to...
They may as well run a toaster for Parliament. Well, Count Binface got I think he got 30,000 votes. Better than a toaster, though. Although, depends. Depends on how you want to rank bins versus toasters.
Establish a bridgehead in Parliament and to become a real opposition to a Labour government.
Ben Chew from BBC Verify has been assessing how the cost of Reform's tax and spending pledges, amounting to billions of pounds, compare to the other parties.
Here's Reform's £141 billion. As you can see, Reform and the Greens really tower over the other parties. And public finance experts feel that while individual elements of the latter two parties might be coherent, they feel that overall there is a lack of credibility.
Good God. Well, we'll see how that all shakes out over there in the UK. It would be nice to see the Greens get a bunch of victories. But not real optimistic on that necessarily. But what do I know? Just a guy in a spaceship. Let's move on to this. This was disturbing to me. This is a personally disturbing story. This came out of the BBC News from a day ago, where, according to them, more people are turning away from the news.
Now, new data reveals a growing number of people are turning away from what you're watching now. That is the news, of course. According to the report by the Reuters Institute, a record high 39% of people worldwide say they sometimes or often actively avoid the news. That's compared with 29% back in 2017.
Wait, did she say 29%? That's up 10% in 10 years. Which is not shocking, as I feel like the news has definitely gotten at least 10% worse over the last 10 years. Both it's the reporting of it by mainstream outlets, which have gotten more and more consistently just sort of neoliberal mouthpieces, and the actual news just being genuinely worse. But this is disturbing. This is nearly a majority of people. And maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's very close. I mean, it's like 40%, right? That's just wild. People are just shoving their heads into the fucking sand, and all of you here are somehow a what do you call it? An anomaly. Well, not an anomaly. Well, yeah, maybe, because if 40% of people are actively avoiding it, I wonder how many people are just kind of paying attention. All of you are paying close attention, so.
Avoid the news. That's compared with 29% back in 2017. Looking just at the United Kingdom, almost 3/4 of people said they get their news online, compared with 50% for TV and just 14% for print. Well, let's speak to Nick Newman, Senior Research Associate at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism and lead author of this report. Thank you very much.
I think a lot of it also has to do with people feeling like they don't have a say in what's happening anymore, right? And it's not just in the UK. I mean, the United States has some similar shit happening here. Okay, now, where are we? Oh God, I don't even want to look at this one. Well, prepare to be upset by this next one. This next one's from BBC. Whoops, sorry, I gotta skip past a couple because we're so deep into this right now. Yeah.
You're watching BBC News. We're going to focus on events in Greece. BBC investigation has found that the Greek Coast Guard has caused the deaths of dozens of migrants in the Mediterranean. The deaths are said to have happened over a 3-year period. Witnesses say 9 people were deliberately thrown into the water. Others are said to have died because they were forced out of Greek waters or taken back to sea. The Greek Coast...
So you heard that correctly. 9 people were thrown into the water by Greek Coast Guard.
God strongly
At
rejects
least 9
all
people.
accusations
And then
of
a bunch of
illegal
other people
activity.
were.
With
You'll
more
see.
on this, here is Paul
Shit is
Adams, and a
fucked up.
warning: viewers might find the content upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Migrants escaping war, persecution or poverty have used a number of routes to reach Europe. Some travel from North Africa to Italy. Others cross from Turkey to the nearby Greek islands. For many, Greece is seen as the best way into Europe. Last year, just over 41,000 people arrived using that route. Human rights groups say thousands of people seeking asylum have been forced back illegally from Greece to Turkey, denied the right to seek asylum, something enshrined in international and EU law. Tonight's documentary, made for the BBC, looks into the role of the Greek Coast Guard in trying to stem the flow, and it raises some serious questions. For years, the Greek authorities have been accused of taking a sometimes uncompromising attitude towards asylum seekers attempting to reach the islands. The BBC has documented some of these episodes and heard stories of other practices which appear to breach international law. And now, video of one such episode. On the island of Lesbos, a group of migrants, including women and children, are taken back to the shore and escorted by masked men to a waiting Coast Guard ship. The boat heads out to sea, out of Greek waters. The migrants are put into a tiny life raft and set adrift, found later by the Turkish authorities. Greece says it's investigating.
It doesn't seem like it's forceful.
The footage is shown to the former head of the Coast Guard Special Operations. He says he sees nothing wrong with the video. But during a break, he takes a different line.
I don't know why they did it in broad daylight. It's clearly illegal. Obviously illegal.
I don't want reality.
Yeah. This is just wild. And there's like footage, you can see them shooting warning shots at these people, which could potentially, I don't know, go off course and kill somebody. And like other sort of like very aggressive behavior.
Other shocking allegations. Ibrahim says he was shot at after coming ashore on the island of Samos, taken back out to sea with 2 companions and thrown overboard. The 2 others drowned.
Well, it started with the Cameroonian. They threw him into the water. The Ivorian said, "Save me, I don't want to die."
The Greek Coast Guard says that it strongly rejects all accusations of illegal activities and works tirelessly and with the utmost professionalism and a strong sense of responsibility and
respect for human life and fundamental rights usually doesn't include shooting at people, throwing, refugees into the water. But that, I'm no human rights expert. What do I know? What do I know anyway? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, drowning people definitely doesn't get included in respecting human rights. Seems like a given. Good God, why are we 4 hours in and I haven't even gotten to the Middle East yet? The fact is, I've got a bunch of long videos in the Middle East. We might have to skip the rest of Asia. This is fucked up. Oh, Oh, this is wrong. No, can't do it. Can't do it, it's wrong. I will not skip Africa and Asia. That is racist. Sudan. 9 hours ago. We are not going to stop talking about this. Not gonna let it happen. Even though the United States media doesn't want to talk about Africa ever. We're gonna talk about it. As usual. Al Jazeera, English, one of the only people talking about it. Where the situation in Sudan is just getting fucking worse.
The UN High Commissioner for Refugees is visiting Sudan, where the world's worst humanitarian crisis is unfolding. Since the civil war began in April last year, more than 9 million people have been forced from their homes. 18 million people are facing severe hunger, including millions of children under 5 who are suffering from acute malnutrition.
I don't understand why this number is still so big. It has not changed. It continues to stay around 20 million. It's been this way for months. And it's getting really frustrating that nothing is being done by the West. Things could be done to try and deal with the aid and also maybe broker peace. I don't know. Something to stop the forced starvation of Sudanese refugees. All right, I genuinely don't have time to keep talking about this, and we talk about it so much more than everybody else. I'm sorry, everyone. I am out of fucking energy right now. I'm going down quickly. It's also been the heat. Even in the space station, it's fucking hot. Alright, not quite done talking about Africa here. This is an unfolding situation that's been going on throughout the Sahel. Basically, like all the former French colonies that had troops still in them, French troops specifically, have been asking for France to leave. And so they have been, and they are going to be continuing reducing troops in both Western and Central Africa. Now, we have talked about how most of the countries
2.9
involved in this have also been receiving benefits, like military and like financial benefits by working with Russia. The Wagner group went through there before its leader was mysteriously killed in a plane accident, supposedly. But those that diplomacy has definitely had an effect in this situation.
France says it'll reduce the number of its troops across West and Central Africa. Around 600 soldiers are expected to remain. Last year, President Emmanuel Macron announced plans to reduce France's military presence in the continent. That's after some governments expelled French forces from their territories. Erwan de Cherizet is a principal at Janes, a global open-source intelligence company specialising in military, national security, aerospace and transport topics, and joins us now.
France is more racist than they get credit for. Do they not get credit for it? Because I feel like I'm always giving them credit for it because, you know, they were one of the main colonizers of Africa. You know, it's them and Britain, right? Germany kind of got in there a little bit. Portugal, very little bit, but it's really them and Britain, right? Like they between them, they basically just split up the continent between themselves and kind of gave Portugal the stuff they didn't want.
From Bordeaux in France. Mr. Cherizet, good to have you with us on the programme. I mean, we do await those official numbers of the reductions to be announced. But why is France doing this now, or has it been pushed?
Well, France has essentially been forced to withdraw from Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and which has put an end pretty much to Operation Barkhane, which was the anti-terrorist effort in the Sahel region. And as it faces growing backlash against its presence in Africa, and also pressures to do more in terms of deployments in Eastern Europe to support the NATO forward presence in Romania or in the Baltic states, reducing military troop levels in a number of African countries is an expedient way to get these troops available for other assignments, while at the same time reducing the visibility of its presence and changing the model of its deployment from one where it maintained permanent detachments, some of which were operating on their own, to one where the focus will be on partnering with the militaries of the countries in which France will remain.
Okay, so not completely leaving the region, but they are vastly reducing their troops. In some cases, they're completely pulling out of different. It's, you know, I can't remember exactly which countries they're completely pulling out of, and which ones they're leaving some troops in. But it's an entire sort of process that they're putting into place here to do so. And I mean, I'm honestly kind of for it, right? Like, France has done enough bad stuff down there, and you know, as long as it doesn't create a power vacuum that winds up creating more conflict, which, I mean, I guess I have some concerns about, but the fact is these African countries have the right to govern themselves. If they want France out, then France should get the fuck out, you know? Full stop. Now, let's go on to this. Because apparently Vladimir Putin is going to be visiting North Korea for the first time in 24 years. Quarter of a century.
The Russian President, Vladimir Putin, is expected to arrive in North Korea in the coming hours for a 2-day state visit. It'll be his first trip to the country in 24 years. The visit had been announced on North Korean state television, but no further details were given. North Korean state media also published a letter from President Putin, pledging his unwavering support and promising to build trade and security systems with Pyongyang. Well, Russia's state news agency TASS has said that President Putin is traveling to the country on the invitation of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The pair last met in September when Mr. Kim traveled to Russia. Well, earlier, the US expressed its concern about the deepening relationship between the two countries. Here's John Kirby.
Not just because of the impacts it's going to have on the Ukrainian people, because we know North Korean ballistic missiles are still being used.
We do know that, John, but I can't listen to you, pal. We listen to you enough. Too much, I would argue. Oh god, but yeah, no, it's not great that I don't know, they're buddying up when they've both been threatening nuclear war to the people that they don't like recently. Very recently, actually. They've both threatened nuclear war in the last, like, what, 2 months? 3 months? Alright, let's go to this happy story in Asia. How's that sound? Let's go south. Okay, we're gonna go south to Thailand, where the Senate in Thailand has approved the same-sex marriage bill, which we discussed earlier. like a few weeks ago.
And the upper house of Thailand's parliament has approved a law giving equal marriage rights to same-sex couples. It will now be sent on to the Thai king for royal assent. The legislation will replace all gendered terms in marriage law, such as man and woman, with gender-neutral alternatives. I spoke to our reporter in the Thai capital, Bangkok, Panisa Amusha, and asked her just how long it has taken for this law to be passed.
It has been decades for us, for the Thai peoples, especially for the LGBT group, and advocate to fight for the bill to be enacted finally. But the official ones date back to about 2012, and now Thailand is the first Asian country to pass the same-sex marriage legislations. So yeah, at the moment, the Thai people, the international organizations also congratulates on the passing of the bill.
Thailand is famously pretty tolerant when it comes to same-sex relationships. Is there much opposition to this law? Has there been much opposition to it?
Yeah, there's still opposition even to the Senate parliaments today, as we mentioned that the term for gender-specific term, such as husband and wife, has been removed from the bill. And some of the Senate argue that the fact that the bills remove all the specific gender-specific term will undermine, quote-unquote, undermine the family structures and jeopardize the right of heterosexual men.
Sounds exactly like America. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk said that on his podcast like last week. Oh no, it's gonna undermine the nuclear family. America's in jeopardy. I mean, Thailand's in jeopardy. Sorry, I got it confused. Oh god. Either way, at least they've managed to do some stuff that we aren't doing. And it's nice to see. Someone at least doing it. You know, it's about time. Okay, now we're at the Israel portion of this podcast, so buckle up if you haven't already. Now, I know he's not dead. Actually, no, we don't have time for you, no. Since you're alive, I'm skipping this, because this is just... wow. We've gone too far. We've gone too far, Gnome. I'm just glad you're alive, pal. Okay, we'll deal with that later. God, this was frustrating. This next one is gonna be frustrating for people. You know why I know that? Because I already watched it, and it's frustrating. It was frustrating for me. Oh, God. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Now, this is gonna... Yeah, I already said that. It's just hard. It's hard to do this right now. Not gonna lie. This next video is from Democracy Now!, where Amy Goodman had Jamie Raskin on. Two of generally my more favorite people, I would argue. Always Amy Goodman comes before Jamie, but my point is that two great people. But guess who decided to disappoint me today? You think it was Amy or Jamie? Any guesses?
It's a serious thing.
If you can comment today, switching gears to Gaza. Yesterday, Congressmember Ro Khanna, your colleague from California, said he will not attend Prime Minister Netanyahu's joint address to Congress in July. He's joining people like Senator Bernie Sanders and others. Are you going to be joining them, Congressmember Raskin?
Well, I haven't figured that out yet. You know, main commitment at this point is to see a ceasefire to end the bloodshed, to get the hostages returned, and to surge humanitarian aid into Gaza. And our focus has to be on that. I'm not even necessarily convinced that Netanyahu is coming, and I want us to keep the focus on ending the violence right now.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Congressman Raskin, that you're not convinced he's coming?
Well, originally there was another date given. That date was changed. Now the date that has been given, I think, is July 24th. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a war going on, and I hope there's a meaningful ceasefire process that's taking place, and I think we should keep our focus on that. And and then obviously I'll have to confront the whole question of whether I can assist some tiny forward momentum in terms of making peace and bringing an end to the bloodshed by going or by not going. I don't know the answer to that, but that's the kind of calculus I would have to make.
Congressmember Raskin, are you for a permanent ceasefire?
Well, I'm for a permanent cessation of all military hostilities.
Oh my God.
We've got to end these brutal cycles of...
Cessation has more syllables than ceasefire. Just say ceasefire, you asshole. Come on, man.
Violence and warfare, and that means we've got to address the underlying political problems, and we need to get onto the path to a real two-state solution, which has been American policy and also the international consensus for decades.
Congressman Raskin, also Bernie Sanders, the independent senator, has called for a cutoff of military aid to Israel. Are you in support of that?
I have not called for a cutoff of all military aid to Israel. I did vote against the last package because of the way that this war has been prosecuted. And I said from the beginning that Israel has a right to defend itself against the kinds of terrorist atrocities that we saw take place on October 7th, but only within the constraints of international law and international human rights law. And if you step outside of it,
has Israel stepped outside?
Then that is a disaster for humanity.
Finally, President Biden's, neck and neck with President Trump and running for president. There have been these uncommitted votes all over the country where people are saying they don't support President Trump, but they don't support President Biden because of his support for Netanyahu and Israel's war on Gaza. I'm wondering your thoughts as young people overwhelmingly have fled the Democrats when it comes to voting for Biden right now. African Americans, 1,000 religious leaders, black leaders wrote to President Biden and said they've never seen anything like this since the civil rights movement. Whole congregations criticizing President Biden for how he has supported Netanyahu in this war on Gaza. Your thoughts?
Well, look, I mean, we're living in a time of extraordinary fanaticism
Are we the
and
fanatics in this
illegality
scenario?
and threat to democracy and human rights. And we're obviously confronting that in America with the return of Donald Trump and his authoritarian movement, which traffics in racism, anti-Semitism, you name it. And I believe that the Democratic Party must be on the side of the Constitution and the rule of law, and that includes international law and international.
Well, we're not doing a very good job right now, and just it's very frustrating to hear. He's right on so many stuff, like so many things. I mean, and so much stuff. We watched that whole little documentary he put together about climate change and the big oil companies scheming to disillusion and misinform the public. And I've seen him do all sorts of other great things in terms of looking out for workers and other stuff like that. And I looked it up. He hasn't even received any big donations or any that I could find from AIPAC. He's doing this one for free. I don't get it. I have no idea why. It's just blowing my mind right now.
Human rights law, the laws of war. And I believe that's where the vast majority of the people are. And I believe that the Biden administration is honestly and aggressively working for a ceasefire and for a return of the hostages that are being held by Hamas right now. And I think that's where most people are. I think that people do not support a war that has resulted in lots of civilian casualties, a majority of them being women and children, and people do not support the terrorism of Hamas. People support the strategic defense and security of Israel, and people want to see progress out of the nightmare which has been going on for decades now, these cycles of terror and war that...
Oh my God. If you don't want terror and war, say you want an actual ceasefire. For like a permanent but he's just unwilling to say it, a cessation, a ceasing of violence. But he's just unwilling to say that anything that would somehow imply that Israel's doing the wrong thing right now.
Leave lots of casualties, lots of death on both sides, and lots of hopelessness. And
oh my God, both sides, lots of deaths. There was literally almost all of the deaths on Israel's side have happened only on one day, October 7th. Every day since then has been a near zero every single day for Israeli casualties. And I just find it very, very annoying that he's unwilling to even come close. He's totally skirting the idea that Israel's doing anything wrong here. Right? Because if it's both sides, then, oh, it's too confusing to understand. Right? But no, the facts are that he's unnecessarily defending this in this moment. And the fact is like, I'm not here to say that you can't argue for Biden being better than Trump if you want to talk about the election, but you don't have to intersperse that with a bunch of like placating and gaslighting on the facts as it relates to what's happening in Palestine. It's just inappropriate. And it just frustrates me more because I respect so many of his just like all of them, right? Like I respect like practically everything I've ever seen him say or do in Congress. So when he does stuff like that, I'm just like at a loss for like what the fuck like what the fuck am I looking at? Come on, man. All right, let's go on to this. Where we are at in time? 4:15. Yeah, let's go to this one. Skip past one just because I don't have time for that shit. There's no way. It's an hour long. Yeah. Let's talk about Hezbollah as it relates to the situation happening with Israel and the Middle East. And the United States has sent its senior advisor to Lebanon in an effort to calm tensions between Hezbollah and Israel because, of course, there have been a lot of those happening, considering, man, I think that's been going on ever since October 7th, really. At least more, I mean, it's been longer than that, honestly, but more recently, I guess. It's kind of been an ongoing situation along with all of this whole other dynamic with this whole... Oh, God. I'm losing words now. Getting too tired.
We have seen an escalation over the last few weeks. And what President Biden wants to do is to avoid a further escalation to a greater war. The conflict along the blue line between Israel and Hezbollah has gone on for long enough. Innocent people are dying, property is damaged, families are shattered, and the Lebanese economy continues to decline. The country is suffering for no good reason.
And who is he blaming
that on?
It's
in everyone's interest to resolve it quickly and diplomatically.
I assume he's blaming that on Hezbollah instead of Israel, but I think we should be looking to point fingers in the right places. But that would be weird for the U.S. to be so accurate. Let's go on to this from Al Jazeera to discuss more of this U.S. visit to Lebanon.
Hezbollah's latest message to Israel that it is ready for war, another demonstration of the Lebanese armed group's increasing military capabilities. A 10-minute video showing what it says are images from a reconnaissance drone of sensitive military sites up to 30 kilometers from the border. The drone flew over many areas in northern Israel, showing bases and anti-aircraft missile batteries in what many consider a failure on the part of Israel's defense.
It is quite embarrassing for a drone that is 1.5 meter long and 2 meters wide to fly over 4 anti-air interception batteries like the Iron Dome and David Sling that were supposed to protect one of the most important military industrial complex in Israel, that is a Rafael, extended on 6.5 kilometers, and then go also to Haifa, where we see the picture of all the Israeli Navy and all the vessels.
The video was released as President Joe Biden's special envoy Amos Hochstein concluded his meetings in Beirut. It was his 4th round of shuttle diplomacy since
this guy looks like discount Jared Kushner.
Hezbollah opened up a front to help Hamas in Gaza. He is trying to de-escalate the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah that's reached its most intense level yet. From Beirut, he had a message for Hezbollah's ally Hamas, encouraging it to agree to a U.S.-backed ceasefire deal in Gaza as a way to reduce regional tensions.
The deal stops the war in Gaza. It lays out the schedule for the withdrawal of forces. If that's what Hamas wants, they should just say yes and accept it. A ceasefire in Gaza and/or an alternative diplomatic solution could also bring the conflict across the blue line to an end.
So
we're back to blaming Hamas for the lack of a ceasefire deal, even though Israel already objected to the ceasefire publicly. Okay, now let's talk about aid as it relates to Gaza. First, this is Forbes breaking news, where a reporter asked, what's this asshole's name? Is this Matthew Miller? I can't remember. There's too many of these State Department people. Anyway, let's hear what he had to say about the distribution of aid.
Can I just ask one thing on that? You said we will judge Israel by the results. So it was April the 4th, President Biden basically said, well, threatened Israel to put conditions on aid if it wouldn't do a better job of protecting civilians and if more humanitarian aid wouldn't go.
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I can't remember. Where's the spot that I really want to watch?
about how they need to make those changes, but we have seen an improvement in the aid situation going in the north, and we've seen somewhat of a stagnation in the south, and that's what we want to see reversed.
But that improvement in the steps didn't actually translate into results, because you just said that the distribution hasn't improved, and that has a lot to do, especially in the south, with the start of the Rafah operation. Okay, it's not the major, you guys don't call it the major military operation, but in the end, it basically obstructed the delivery of aid, and that was an action taken by Israel.
So the point I made, it's not just the Rafah operation. There has also been attacks on trucks, attacks on humanitarian convoys coming in by common criminals and looters.
Common criminals and looters? Looters? What counts as looters? They're not taking it home. This guy is wild. I wonder what kind of common criminals are they? Like, what country are they from? Is it Jordan? Or Lebanon? Or maybe Syria? Oh, wait, Egypt. Oh, nope. Wait, I'm checking my notes here. No, it's Israeli criminals.
That isn't an action taken by the government of Israel, but it's something that we're looking to work with Israel and our UN partners and others to try to resolve and try to find an answer to.
Okay, final thing on this. Is the U.S. government actually going to give itself a certain time frame on when to deliver or make an assessment on what the president said on April the 4th?
It is an ongoing assessment every day.
Ongoing.
Every day.
Well, if there is an assessment, then there's got to be an action.
No, it is every day we are looking at seeing if there are improvements being made.
A time frame is too definite. As long as the situation is ongoing, we can say things are being done.
If there are actions that the government of Israel is taking that are sufficient, and it is something that is ongoing. And I said this at the time. You shouldn't look for a magic date where we're going to look and go, okay, everything's fine now. We're going to look.
I don't think anybody wants a magic date, Matt. What people want is a date, just a regular date, Gregorian calendar. Just pick a day.
At this all the time and make sure that if assistance isn't going in at the level it needs to, that we push the government of Israel to take action to get humanitarian assistance in. If there are things that the UN agencies need to do to further resolve logistical hurdles, we want to work with them to try to resolve those logistical hurdles, because ultimately our goal is to get as much humanitarian assistance in as possible. I should say, however, that we've been going over this for months because of the inherent difficulty of delivering humanitarian assistance in the middle.
And the inherent complication of not being willing to do the one thing that would actually help, which would be pressuring Israel directly to actually give a shit. But no, that would be inconvenient. Oh, Matt. Used to work at the DOJ, pal. Now, you bullshit. You bullshit for a living. And pretend that war crimes aren't happening. It's very frustrating. Alright, let's go to this. This is from 7 hours ago. Where apparently the Gaza aid pier has been dismantled again? Actually, wait, no, we already looked at this, didn't we? But fuck it, let's look at this again. The Pentagon came out to tell people things. I forget this dude's name.
Do what we need to do to make that happen. Thank you, Laura. And then I'll go to this side of the room, I promise.
Thank you. So the New York Times just reported, based on aid groups, saying that the pier could be dismantled as early as this coming month in July. Is that accurate?
Look, we've said all along, first of all, that the pier is a temporary measure.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't have any dates to announce in terms of when it will cease operations. Of course, as I just mentioned, we're looking forward to getting it operational again soon and to delivering aid. And we're going to capitalize on the conditions, in terms of weather, to get as much aid across that pier as.
That was the worst answer ever. You're going to get aid across the pier. Now, that pier that he's talking about, if you're not familiar, was the $300 million aid pier, which was floated in and then attached to the shore in Gaza, which then broke and floated into the Mediterranean. They then fixed it. It then broke again. And then they decided to move it to Israel because of the weather. And they're trying to talk about getting aid across a pier that's in, I forget the name of it, but a coastal city in Israel. So, yeah, I'm not sure how effective that's going to be at feeding Palestinians. But I'm not a food scientist. Let's go on to this. Another Democracy Now! Piece where a UNICEF employee came on to be interviewed who decried Israel's war on children.
We begin today's show in Gaza, where the United Nations and other organizations are issuing ever dire warnings as Israel's assault stretches into its 9th month. The head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, warned last week, quote, a significant proportion of Gaza's population is now facing catastrophic hunger and famine-like conditions. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, says over 50,000 children now require immediate medical treatment for acute malnutrition. Medical workers are struggling to treat sick and malnourished patients, and Israel's destruction of Gaza's health infrastructure and water supply. On Sunday, the Israeli military announced a daytime tactical pause in its attacks on Rafah to allow humanitarian aid to enter the Strip. But the head of UNRWA says operationally nothing has changed in southern Gaza. Israel has been systematically blocking aid from reaching Palestinians in Gaza for the last 8 months. Israeli forces have also targeted Palestinians seeking the scarce aid and have killed more aid workers than any war since the UN was formed. Israeli forces have also killed Palestinians as they attempt to bring food home to their families, including last Wednesday, when troops fired at a group of fishermen in Gaza, killing 2 of them. That attack was witnessed by our...
I guess fishermen are Hamas too?
Next guest, UNICEF spokesperson James Elder, who's joining us now from Rafah. Before we get to that larger issue, can you describe what you saw? What happened to these fishermen, James Elder?
Amy, we're on a mission to take life-saving medical and nutritional supplies for UNICEF to 10,000 children in the north. We've gone through all the processes. It's very complicated. It's detailed. We've seen far, far too much aid denied and restricted for people who are in such desperate growing need. It's about a 25-mile journey from where we were, Derry Bala, to the north to Gaza City. Amy, it took us 13 hours. 8 hours of those were near checkpoints. In the end, there was a who said, she said on our truck was enclosed. They thought it was a van. We waited. In the end, it was denied that access. We were unable to get those supplies to those 10,000 children. As we waited, Amy, ironically, I'd been talking to a colleague about the fishing industry, about, this destruction of education, of healthcare, of housing, of agriculture. This colleague friend of mine explained how his father-in-law had a fishing business, and he showed me videos of when his fishing business, the boats, when they just went up in flames, when they were bombed or missiled, boats, wood, and of course fuel. And he showed me this. He explained his father-in-law had a stroke at this time. So I was engrossed watching these fishermen. This was just 8 or 10 men in knee-deep water, in the ocean or in the sea, with a single net each. And I was looking at each one thinking, you were probably a university professor, you were maybe an engineer. watching for hours and hours whilst we waited to get our aid. Suddenly there was a tank. This is very near the Israeli large military checkpoint. There was gunfire. Next thing, 2 of the fishermen just up on the beach were on the sand. Now I was...
This is horrifying. This is purely a war on civilians. You can't claim that it's a war on Hamas when you're killing fishermen, intentionally starving civilians, doing all the other sorts of war crimes that they're doing. Now, let's look at the people responsible for this. This is from a day ago. Associated Press, where, if you're not aware, Benjamin Netanyahu has disbanded his war cabinet. This is after Benny Gantz quit, I think, a couple of days ago. We talked about that, didn't we?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has disbanded his war cabinet. That could complicate international efforts to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Netanyahu formed the war cabinet shortly after the war erupted last October. He brought in his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, but also his main political rival, Benny Gantz. Gantz is a respected former military chief and ex-defense minister. By bringing him on board, this sent an important message of unity to the Israeli public. But the two men had not been getting along in recent months, and last week, Gantz announced his resignation. He said he was unhappy with the way that Netanyahu was managing the war. That set the stage for Netanyahu to disband the war cabinet altogether. This doesn't bring his government down, but it transfers most decision-making, or important decision-making, back to his security cabinet. That is a broader body of senior cabinet ministers. Many of them are hardliners who oppose the ceasefire efforts and want to press even harder with the war in Gaza. Now, the main backers of this ceasefire plan, the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt, have been pressing hard to get Israel and Egypt to accept this plan. They've been having a hard time. That job is now going to be even harder.
In other developments, Israel's prime minister has disbanded the 6-member war cabinet he formed after the October 7th attacks. The move by Benjamin Netanyahu has been widely anticipated. He says he will continue to consult a limited group on what he called...
This is totally normal. This is like so normal.
...sensitive issues. The announcement comes just over a week after Benny Gantz quit the war cabinet. Let's speak to Bernard Smith about this. He's joining us from Amman in Jordan because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera. So this move, as we said, was widely expected, especially after Benny Gantz quit the war cabinet.
Yes, it was, Foley. The cabinet was set up in the days after October the 7th, essentially as a way of trying to show national unity, to bring in opposition MPs. Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkopf.
Yeah, well, if that showed unity, then what does this show? The exact opposite. What's the exact opposite of unity? Disenfranchisement? I don't know. Opposition, something like that. I don't know. I'm not a thesaurus. Bibi is a war criminal, along with most American presidents. It's fair. Where are we? I lost where I'm at. Okay, yes, I see where we're at. We're getting close to the end. Let's go to this. Or apparently Zateo is going to be coming out with a documentary, so there's a bunch of Zateo watchers. I figured we'd look at this trailer for it.
Here's a soldier saying that they've destroyed the university. There's no more education now in Gaza.
I think the education in Gaza was something you need to preserve.
People find it's humiliating.
Wow.
You know,
Oh, maybe humiliating. I don't.
Someone's home.
As I told you
dehumanizing
before, I
Palestinians.
don't see any problem with humiliating the Palestinians. There is nothing with humiliating.
This guy is disgusting. An extraordinary investigation that asks urgent questions. Day to day, I walk with a feeling of superiority over Gaza. Who wouldn't feel superior to them? That's Nazi talk. That's literal Nazi talk.
Since the war in Gaza started, Israeli soldiers on the front line have been broadcasting the devastation and their dehumanization of Palestinians on social media.
Actually, when I filmed it, my commander
When I filmed it, my commander was like very.
They want me to
They want me to do it.
There's videos where they've shown that they've tortured captives.
They didn't torture captives. You are lying. You are lying, you are lying. They are not torture captives. They are going.
This is a video where an Israeli French soldier put a video out.
Investigated.
I don't want reality.
Extremists who were once considered fringe are becoming more mainstream, emboldened by the rhetoric they hear.
Are you not concerned, Riot, that by blocking the aid going to Gaza, a lot of Palestinians who are already suffering are starving?
It's a wrong question, okay? Because the aid gets to Hamas.
The issue for Israel now goes well
Because it just goes to Hamas, I see.
beyond the occupation.
By the way, I wonder if she wants the hostages back. Because if Hamas has the hostages and they don't have food, then don't the hostages also not have food? How many do you think should die? You need to kill a million, let it be a million.
It will always be the
Wow, that's
response
genocide
of the West.
talk.
We are exaggerating, but we are working. If we have genocidal thought.
ממש לא אכפת לי, ואני לא חושב שצריך להיות חיים ביום שאחרי בעזה.
I don't think there should be life in Gaza. Wow. Just wow. Unbelievable. Who can say those things? Who can say those things and mean those things? It's just wrong. It's so gross. I'm just... Ugh. Well, we're almost to the end here. It's the second to last video. Or third to last. Apparently 6 Palestinians were killed in a Israeli strike. Here you can see their bodies. Oh, God. How can anybody be okay with this? Or even... more so, who can be supportive of this? We just listened to a bunch of people who are incredibly, they don't think this is far enough. Alright, let's quickly look at some of the protests that are happening in Israel. Second to last video. Penultimate. Yeah, so as you can see, the protests in Israel are continuing. And the police crackdown is also continuing. We've seen these protests going on with thousands and thousands of people out there for days and weeks and weeks. But the police just keep coming out and water cannoning on them and, you know, throwing them onto the sidewalk, stuff like that. Okay, now we've made it to the last video. However, this is maybe a more bearable video than most of the videos we've seen in the last hour or so. This is from Zateo. It's not the documentary, but it is the Owen Nemeti show. I can't remember what the name of their podcast for the two of them is. Outspoken, that's it. Yeah, so this is the latest YouTube episode of Outspoken from Zateo. Gaslighting people to death. Ugh, that is a chilling title. Feels like it's what's happening right now.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Owen Jones.
We are Too Outspoken. Welcome back for another episode. Owen, good to see you. How is life?
Honestly, Mehdi, this is always the highlight for me. Every 2 weeks, I'm just counting down the days, hours, minutes. How are you? How's it going? Give me a praising.
Why were you late for this if you were counting down minutes?
Because, Mehdi, technology is not always on our side. And I think our viewers deserve only the best sound quality. Yeah. And the cable wasn't working. So I just thought worth delaying.
Maybe it was Mossad.
As ever, I always presume it's Mossad. If in doubt, CIA, Mossad.
Or MI6, the various world's three-letter acronym.
All of which are my employers as well.
That's true. No, I work for the CIA. A lot of people think I work for the CIA. That's what you just said. You can clip that now. You can clip just a little bit.
Yep,
I better clip that. Some clever editing. Let's talk about the big story of the week, because you and I have been both outraged about a story that went down, but also attacked for our reaction to it. I saw FoxNews.com did a story in which they included...
Wait, I actually want a clip of that just because it's funny. Where is it? Is this it? No, I'll do it later.
You and I have been both outraged about a story that went down, but also attacked for our reaction to it. I saw FoxNews.com did a story in which they included me in people who are apparently upset that Israel rescued / freed 4 Israeli hostages from Hamas captivity in Gaza. Are we upset that 4 hostages are freed?
Well, funny enough, not actually, Reddy. I think the consistency we've always had is throughout this, the moral consistency, moral clarity we've always had, is that all human life has the same innate equal worth. I know it's a completely crazy, extreme view to have, that you don't, for example, consider someone's life to be worth more than another by virtue of their ethnicity. That is, in common parlance, known as racism, just FYI, in case people weren't aware what racism actually boils down to. What we objected to was the mass slaughter of Palestinians. And when we talk about mass slaughter, this has been one long massacre with lots of sub-massacres. I mean, it's been this bloodbath. Now, what happened this Saturday was the Israeli state, having refused to accept a hostage deal, because we all agree the taking of hostages is a grave war crime. There's no defense for taking hostages, no civilians in any circumstances. We want all of those hostages back to their loved ones. Of course we do. As well as, we would say, the Palestinian prisoners, who Gideon Levy, the brilliant Israeli journalist, correctly says are Israel's hostages, including kids who've been physically and sexually abused, according to, for example, Save the Children. There was a deal as we know, there was a precedent. You have a ceasefire, you have a prisoner exchange, and that's how we get them released. Israel has killed more hostages of its own hostages by military means than it's rescued by military means. What we object to is the price of rescuing these 4 hostages, who could have been released in another way without slaughtering lots of people, was perhaps 300 Palestinians being slaughtered. Palestinians, each of those Palestinians.
I feel like I've already said that like 100 times, and it only happened like a week ago.
Their life having the same innate worth as those Israeli hostages.
So just to be clear, you mentioned same word. Just for people watching, the Palestinian Health Ministry, Hamas controlled, but the numbers have been pretty reliable, both in this conflict and previous conflicts, say 274 Palestinians were killed on Saturday in the Nusayrat refugee camp as part of this Israeli raid, which freed 4 hostages, 3 men, 1 woman, in 2 locations. That is what, roughly 70 dead Palestinians per hostage freed. And by the way, we should point out, the health ministry says about half of them were women and children. So even if you assume that every man killed was a Hamas militant, which is what some people want us to believe, even then you've got around 100 women and children killed, which again is about 25 women and children dead per Israeli freed. That is a pretty insane ratio when you think about it from a purely moral point of view.
I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, because I got Dogpile too. I was on some TV compilation, and you know, the best kind of response from these people were, "Oh, so you oppose an operation, this military operation, do you?" Yes, is the straightforward answer.
Seriously.
I don't accept the mass slaughter of Palestinians. Look,
how is that even a radical statement? How does anybody perceive that as being anything but just rational, reasonable?
Give you an example. David Lammy, who's the shadow foreign secretary, that means he's set to be Labour's foreign secretary when Labour win a landslide victory, which will happen thanks to the Conservatives' self-destruction. In a few weeks, he tweeted out, we've both met David Lammy many a times. I've done events with David Lammy. He tweeted, "It's now 245 days since October 7th when these hostages were kidnapped from the Nova News Festival by Hamas terrorists. Their rescue is a glimmer of hope in the darkness."
Ew.
Don't be creepy.
It is such depressing language to use. It's like congratulating somebody on, I don't know, having robbed a bank at gunpoint and only killing, I don't know. I'm doing a bad job of making analogies right now.
How is it possible? If you were to ask David Lammy, I know, having met him many times, I've spoken to him many times. If I asked him, do you think Palestinians have the same, civilians have the same innate worth as an Israeli civilian? He would say, of course I do. How would it be possible to reconcile that statement with that tweet? Because when he says a glimmer of hope in the darkness, what he didn't even mention, he didn't even think to mention, was the mass slaughter of men, women, and children, not even including those, including little kids who have lost their arms and legs and been severely injured.
We're not counting the 600, 700. We don't know how many people were injured. The numbers are crazy. But in the US too, Owen, it wasn't just in the UK. It was in France. It was in the Western media across the board.
I mean, the number I heard was like 800 people.
It was Joe Biden. It was his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. It was Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State. All of their initial responses was just to say, yay, 4 people freed. Not even.
Yeah, and just to clarify, in case you didn't hear what he was saying, like when I say 800 people, I mean 800 people injured, aside from the nearly 300 the that were killed.
An acknowledgement of the Palestinians killed. And by the way, the Israelis are saying that these people were killed because Hamas opened fire.
And we're just being gaslit that somehow it's a successful operation, some sort of tremendous military success, when in fact it's just mass murder. Okay, well, I wish we could watch more stuff, but it's almost 5 hours in. I do feel like we need at least a short after stream, as we always do, so I'm gonna end it there. Well, we made it through another one, chat. It was a pleasure. That's it for me. I'll see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Mitty, PB, Robot Cat, Orbius Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Mrs. Jen, Moanoa, Nadia, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these individuals that you see here have decided to help support me in what I do. The Galactic News Network. You can do the same thing by going to this link in chat. For a few American dollars a month, you can become even more galactic.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.